great joy and pride that we welcome you to our celebration today, which marked the 25th year of International Mother Language Day. In honoring our own mother tongues, we promote the importance of preserving linguistic diversity, not only for ourselves, but for future generations. Thank you for being here to celebrate this important day, and we look forward to an inspiring and engaging event together.
ಸಹೃದಯಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಕರೇ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆರಂಭಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕೆಂದು ವಿನಂತಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with our celebration, I would like to welcome all of our guests and dignitaries onto the dais. I request Dr. Pankaj Dwivedi sir and Dr. Tariq Khan sir to escort the guest towards the stage. I would like to start from the chief guest, Professor R.C. Sharma. Please sir. Guest of honor of today's program, Shri Chennabasavanna S.L, sir. Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, Professor Shailendra Mohan sir. Former Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, Dr. Rajeev Sachdeva sir. Former RRO, Central Institute of Indian Languages, and former Linguistics Professor at Kerala University, Professor L. Ramurthy sir, and Deputy Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, Professor Umarani Pappuswamy, Madam, on stage please.
According to the tradition, let us begin with the blessings of God. I would like to request Mr. Chetan Baji from LDCIL and my co-anchor of the program for the invocation. The prayer he is going to do is written by famous poet John Henry, which was translated in Kannada by B.M. Shri.
ಕರುಣಾಳು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಕೆ ಮುಸುಕಿದೆ ಮಬ್ಬಿನಲಿ, ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು. ಕರುಣಾಳು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಕೆ ಮುಸುಕಿದೆ ಮಬ್ಬಿನಲಿ, ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು. ഇരുളു ಕತ್ತಲೆಯಾಗವಿ ಮನೆ ದೂರ ಕನಿಕರಿಸಿ, ഇരുಳು ಕತ್ತಲೆಯಾಗವಿ ಮನೆ ದೂರ ಕನಿಕರಿಸಿ, ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು. ಕರುಣಾಳು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಕೆ ಮುಸುಕಿದೆ ಮಬ್ಬಿನಲಿ, ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು. ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನಡಿ ಇಡಿಸು ಬಲು ದೂರ ನೋಟವನು, ಕೇಳನೊಡನೆಯೇ ಸಾಕು ನನಗೊಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ. ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನಡಿ ಇಡಿಸು ಬಲು ದೂರ ನೋಟವನು, ಕೇಳನೊಡನೆಯೇ ಸಾಕು ನನಗೊಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ. ಮುನ್ನ ಇಂತಿರದಾದೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಬೇಡದೆ ಹೋದೆ, ಮುನ್ನ ಇಂತಿರದಾದೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಬೇಡದೆ ಹೋದೆ, ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು. ಕರುಣಾಳು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಕೆ ಮುಸುಕಿದೆ ಮಬ್ಬಿನಲಿ, ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು. ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು, ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು.
Chetan for the very melodious prayer. Next, we come to the next part, which is lighting of the lamp. I request our guests and dignitaries to please come for the lighting of the lamp.
Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada shatrubuddhi vinashaya deepajyotir namastute. Light is not only the source of knowledge but a symbol of eradication and removing negative thoughts. I request Professor R.C. Sharma, Professor Shailendra Mohan sir, Professor Chennabasavanna sir, Professor Shailendra Mohan sir, Rajesh Tachdev sir, Umarani madam, and Ramurthy sir, please join together for lighting the lamp.
Thank you, sirs and ma'ams and everyone for lighting the lamp. Now it is time to felicitate our guests. I request Manju and her partners to please bring the bouquets. First, I would like to request Dr. Sujoy Sarkar to present the bouquet to Professor R.C. Sharma, and I request our director sir to present the shawl to Professor Sharma. Next, I would like to request Professor Dharmesh Fernandez sir to please present the bouquet to Shri Chennabasavanna sir and Professor Shalendra Mohan sir to present the shawl to our guest of honor. Next, I would like to request Dr. Pankaj Dwivedi to present the bouquet to Professor Shailendra Mohan. And also to present the shawl to him. Next, I would like to request Dr. Narayan Chaudhary, sir. Okay, I would like to request Dr. Tariq Khan, sir, please, to present the bouquet to Professor Rajesh Sachdeva. And Professor Shailendra Mohan to present the shawl to Professor Sachdeva. I would like to request Dr. Alendra Brahma to present the bouquet to Professor Ramamurthy, and I request our director, Professor Shalendra Mohan, to present the shawl to Professor Ramamurthy. I would like to request Professor Fernandez once again to please present the bouquet to Professor Umarani. And I would like to request our director, Professor Chailendra Mohan, to present the shawl. Thank you, everyone. Moving forward, I would like to request Dr. Pankaj Dwivedi, ADA CIIL Mysuru, to give the welcome address and the opening remarks.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವಣಕ್ಕಂ, ಆದಾಬ್, ನಮಸ್ಕಾram, sat sri akal, very good morning and namaste. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Professor R.C. Sharma, former Professor of Linguistics, Delhi University, respected Chennabasavanna Sir, Director, Karnataka Police Academy, Professor Dr. Shailendra Mohan Sahab, Dr. CIIL Mysore, Professor Dr. Rajesh Sachdeva Sahab, former Director, CIIL, Professor Dr. L. Ramamurthy Sahab, a Professor of Linguistics, University of Kerala, Professor Dr. Umarani Bapu Swami Madam, Deputy Director, CIIL. My senior, Professor Dr. Dharmesh Fernandez Sahab, guest from the Karnataka Police Academy, Shri Renuka Radhya Ji, Shri MJ Khan Ji, and my colleagues from CIIL, Dr. Rakesh, Dr. Chaudhary, Dr. Khan, Dr. Sarkar, Dr. Alindra, and friends from the media, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. With immense pride and pleasure, I welcome you all to this momentous occasion, that is International Mother Language Day. A day that reaffirms our commitment to linguistic diversity, cultural preservation, and multilingual education. At CIIL, this occasion is of particular significance as we continue to work toward fostering linguistic harmony and academic excellence in Indian languages. The National Education Policy 2020 has ushered in a new era in India's linguistic and educational landscape, emphasizing multilingualism, mother tongue-based education, and the promotion of Bharatiya languages. It underscores the value of learning in one's mother tongue, not only as a means of cognitive and academic development, but also as a tool of cultural continuity and national integration. At CIIL, we have been at the forefront of translating this vision into action. Over the past year, CIIL has achieved several milestones in the furthering linguistic research, documentation, and pedagogy. I take this opportunity to briefly highlight some of the key accomplishments, and I will also take the name of the people who actually have been behind the success of this achievement. First of all, the preparation of language primers in 121 languages of the India. Ladies and gentlemen, I request your round of applause. And this project has been led by Dr. Alind Brahma and Dr. Sujoy Sarkar. Development of the National Integration Series in 20 languages. It has been achieved with the combined efforts of Dr. Rakesh, Dr. Brahma, Dr. Sujoy Sarkar, and other principal of at the Regional Language Center. And unless we can deliver justice in the native language of the people, the vision of the multilingualism will not be fulfilled. So CIIL has also been engaged in the translation of Indian Constitution into 14 major languages of the India, and this has been done by the National Translation Mission of the Institute, and the project has been led by Dr. Tariq Khan. We have also been able to develop the language proficiency test in 18 Indian languages, and these proficiency tests are available even in the online mode like the TOEFL and the IELTS. The project has been led by the team of the National Testing Service India. And then we have also created the SWAM courses in 6 languages, namely Kannada, Malayalam, Punjabi, Marathi, Bengali, and Odia. And like this has been the request of many people that that we should be able to learn languages via online mode. So for the first time in India, under the leadership of Professor Dr. Shailendra Mohan Sahab, we have translated this vision into action in just few months. Have a round of applause for our director. Then we have also developed an in-house machine translation tool called Anvadika. And many people said that probably the CIIL does not have the technology, but we have done so, and this project has been done by, led by Dr. Narayan Chaudhary by Linguistic Data Consortium of Indian Languages. And in the last 1 year, we have also started a very important discourse, and which was very important for the linguistic unity of the country. We started organizing conferences and the seminar focusing on the India as one linguistic area, and we conducted the programs and the seminars from Nagaland to Kerala and from Gujarat to Kanyakumari. So it's also a very important program. And we have also launched 2 language archives by the SPEL under the leadership of Dr. Sujoy Sarkar. Friends, these very initiatives not only align with the principle of National Education Policy 2020, but also contribute towards making India a global leader in linguistic research and multilingual education. At CIIL, we firmly believe that language is not just a medium of communication, it's a career of history, it's a career of knowledge and identity. As we commemorate this day, let us reaffirm our collective resolve to preserve, promote, and enrich the linguistic fabric of our great nation. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed dignitaries and the audience present here today. Your presence is a testament to the shared vision that we uphold for our linguistic diversity, education, and national integration. I look forward to the insightful discussions and deliberations that will further strengthen our journey towards a more inclusive and linguistically empowered India. Thank you once again, and warm welcome to all.
Thank you, Pankaj sir, for your welcoming address and as well as the briefing of the achievements of Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysuru. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will witness a historic moment as the Karnataka Police Academy and our Central Institute of Indian Languages sign an MOU. This MOU will facilitate cooperation between both the institutions by sharing expertise and resources, which includes conducting training programs, capacity programs, skill development programs, and so on. The Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysuru, will arrange to provide language training to the officers, to the officials of police departments of Karnataka, and provide opportunities to the relevant officials of KPA to participate in seminars, workshops, capacity building, and skill development programs related to language and linguistics, as well as supply language learning and teaching material to the Karnataka Police Academy at discounted prices, among many other initiatives. The Karnataka Police Academy, on the other hand, will coordinate training and skill development programs in security, cyber security, fire and first aid training, background verification for CIIL officials, and organize seminars on the sanitization of relevant topics within the implication of law such as sexual harassment at the workplace and new criminal laws and so on.
We can just sign one and that's it.
It's okay, because you can go into the newspaper. वो कागज दे दो.
So I would like to take an opportunity and I would like to request our director, as a token of appreciation, I would like to request our director to present a memento to Chennabasavanna sir. And thanks for the Police Academy for offering the memento to our director and CIIL. Thank you, sir. So thank you all for joining your hands for MOU. We now come to an other significant part of the event, an address by our guest of honor, Shri Chennabasavanna S.L, Director of KPA. Shri Chennabasavanna, the Director of KPA, has worked as SB of Karnataka Academy, SP, Bidar, Hubballi, and so on. And even Chennabasavanna served as SP at Chamarajnagara. Before joining the force, he had completed his diploma in journalism and a bachelor's degree in criminology and forensic sciences with a gold medal from Karnataka University, Dharwad. Sir, please.
For my height.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭೋದಯ. ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಭಾಷಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನ ಈ ದಿನ ವಿಶ್ವ ತಾಯ್ನುಡಿಯ ಆಚರಣೆಯ ದಿನವನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಚರಿಸುವಂಥ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ, ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಭಾಷಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನ ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತವನ್ನೇ ಈ ಸಣ್ಣ ಒಂದು ಕೊಠಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿಸಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಈಸ್ ನಾವ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ರೂಮ್, celebrating everybody's mother language here. So I congratulate and I appreciate the initiative taken by the Central Institute of Indian Languages for the same. And it's a very historic moment for the Karnataka Police Academy also, because after signing the MOU with the CIIL, now our officers would be able to learn other Indian languages also, and those officers who come from other states to serve in Karnataka, the Indian Police Service officers, they will be also able to learn the Kannada language in a very professional manner. When I was serving in the United Nations mission in South Sudan in 2021, so when all the officers from Indian contingent, when we landed there, we were welcomed by the African police officers there with a word saying that Namaskara, aap log kaise hai? So that actually, smile comes on our face with with lot of humility, we can say, and from the heart, bottom of the heart. So that is the strength of the mother language of any country or any state, I can say. And few of the officers who were serving with us, more around 38 countries, officers belonging to 38 countries were serving with us there. So whenever they used to ask, which language do you speak? Then we used to say, okay, I speak Kannada. And one speaks Tamil and another officer speaks some other language. But we used to converse within ourselves in a Hindi or an English. Then they were very surprised. They used to ask us, how you are so much diverse and still you are so much united. Then I used to tell the same thing, because India, we believe in the unity in diversity. So that is the strength of our culture. Because if you see the map of the Africa, you will see the straight lines there, because they could not divide the countries, and they just simply draw a single line, because there are so many languages they speak there, and there is there is not much unity compared to us. So if we all realize that this is our strength, that diversity is our strength, then definitely we will excel in all fields, in all walks of life, and we can be a global leaders as well. So when we were signing this MOU, the first thing that came to my mind, because the officers who get trained in police academy, they are going to serve in all the nook and corners of the state. So some of the places we are bordering with our states, means our brother states. So they need to travel across the borders and for the investigation or for other work. So if they could know the language of our other states also, that would be an added advantage for them professionally also and personally also. So when I was serving in Chamarajnagar, I could try to learn little Tamil there, so to converse with our officers from the other side. And same when I was serving in Bidar, so I could learn little Telugu and Marathi also, so that we can converse on a day-to-day basis. So on this platform, I can say that as we learn our own mother language, or we respect our mother language, we also have to respect all others' mother languages as well. And as our poet Kuvempu has said, Bharata Jananiya Tanujate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate. Means our mother is India, Bharata is India, and Kannadamma is her daughter. So like all other states in India are all daughters of Mother Bharat. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity here, and thank you so much, sir, CIIL, for providing the platform for us and making the MOU with the Karnataka Police Academy. आप सब लोगों को मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय कर्नाटक.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring words. Thank you on how to embrace our diversity by uniting as one Bharat. Next, we have come to a much awaited part of the event, the keynote address, which will be delivered by Padma Bhushan Professor Kapil Kapoor, who will join us online.
No, he will be online. So you can sit down, rest one more. There will be, it will be better we sit down because if he's online. No, sir, he's here.
Here, we have to.
Kapoor sir? He got no height. This is why after renovation.
Before we welcome Professor Kapoor, I would like to read a little bit about his profile. Padma Bhushan Professor Kapoor is a former professor of English, Center for Linguistics and English and Special Center for Sanskrit Studies, JNU, New Delhi.
When, let him come. Yeah. Yeah, English and
English and linguistics. One of the eminent linguists.
ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೀಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮೀಟಲ್ಲಿ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು
ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡಿ you can just say we are waiting for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need your little patience that soon we are going to connect with Dr. Kapoor.
ಸರ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಸರ್ ಹೌದಾ
just announce Sari is waiting online. We connect us. We are setting up the technical.
Okay, sir is already waiting online. We are going to do some setup.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದರೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಇದು ಆಗಿದೆ 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 ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ
ಅವರೇ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂತು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪವರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪವರು ಬರಲ್ವಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಂದು ಹಾಡು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಂದು ಹಾಡು ಏನಾದರೂ ಎಕ್ಸರ್ಸೈಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ ಸಾಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಹಾಂ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಸೊ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗುಡ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ you announce that I request Chetan Baji to honor Mother Language Day with a Sanskrit song.
Just open here.
Meanwhile, as we wait, I would like to request Chetan Baji to honor us with, because of the International Mother Language Day, as you know, he will be honoring us with a Sanskrit song.
Yes, still waiting, so
Just some technical.
As per the request, I'm just singing a Sanskrit song which is written by Adiguru Shankaracharya. Mano-buddhyahankara-chitta-ninaham na cha shrotra-jivhe na cha grana-netre न च व्योम भूमिर्न तेजो न वायो चिदांच कोशः न वाक्पाणिपादौ न चोपस्थपायो चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मे द्वेषरागो न मे लोभमोहो मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम्. Thank you.
Thank you, Chetan, for his. Part which is the delivering of the keynote address by Padma Bhushan Professor Kapil Kapoor. Padma Bhushan Professor Kapil Kapoor, one of the eminent linguists of India, is a former professor of English and Linguistics, Center for Linguistics and English, Special Center for Sanskrit Studies, JNU, New Delhi. He has been the Dean of the School of Language, Literature and Cultural Studies, JNU. He is the editor-in-chief of an 11-volume encyclopedia of Hinduism. The government of India has awarded him with the Padma Bhushan in the year 2023. So we are proud to welcome you on this auspicious day with us to deliver your keynote address.
Sir, Kapoor sir has left the meeting.
Is it because of the delay?
No. Maybe by mistake, accidental.
Just be clear on that.
Corrected now, clear one. लगा रहे हो Sir is not live now. Sir is not there.
Yeah.
Ah. क्या हुआ कपूर सर? हाँ क्या हुआ? नहीं सर निकल गया सर अभी आंसर ही नहीं किया हाँ we'll start with
Professor Sharma first and then because it's getting hard.
एक मिनट हाँ एक मिनट अच्छा नहीं है No, he was there online, but he is not picking up the phone.
Can you link on the phone or something to get to it late or
But you first time. अच्छा अच्छा ओके
We sincerely apologize and we are regret for the inconvenience. And this is the very first time that we are, appreciate all of your patience. And soon we are going to connect with Kapoor sir.
अभी तो सर थे इसका मतलब है कि तो वो सर यहाँ तो आ गए तो था
Okay, this is for your information. There is a small change in the program. We will move ahead first with this address from the chief guest, Professor R.C. Sharma. Professor R.C. Sharma.
My request is, in case you connect with Kapoor ji, you tell him that we have resigned and let him also be online.
ओके
अरे वो 2 मिनट्स कह रहे हैं तो इसको ऑन रखो ना।
ऑन भी है सर वो
ये क्या दिखा रहा हॉलीलैंड?
आ रहा है सर कपूर सर इज नॉट लाइव हाँ सर इज नॉट इन लाइव सर इज नॉट कनेक्टेड सर देख कपूर सर
Professor Kapoor is a very old gentleman, but he's a very learned and very wise person. One of the best minds who understands.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಿಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಲೈವಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ.
ಆಫ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಲೈವ್ ಇದೆ ಆನೇ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದರೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ
इसका ये भी दिखा रहा है यहाँ पे
सर कनेक्ट कर रहे सर अभी वो ऑटोमेटिकली कनेक्ट होगा सर वन से इसका ज्वाइन
Okay, he is connecting from India, but where is your Google Meet? हाँ, join. हाँ, प्रणाम सर.
We would like to welcome Professor Kapil Kapoor once again.
Sir, नमस्कार sir.
Am I visible?
Yes sir.
Oh, yes, I can see people also. Thank you. Don't show me. Show everybody. I don't show me. I want to see the people I am talking to. आप टेक्निकली मुझे निकाल दीजिए फोटो से, आप अपना फोटो लगाइए तो कि मुझे पता लगे मैं किससे बात कर रहा हूँ, प्लीज। ठीक है
जी सर स्टार्ट कीजिए।
इतना पिक्चर इतना क्लियर नहीं है, I can't recognize people, but I'm sure they are all my friends. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes sir. Yes cannot hear.
Yes, sir.
Yes sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are very much audible, sir. Audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He cannot hear it ना। अरे वहाँ से बोलो ना।
है?
Yes sir.
मेरा
Yes
तो
sir.
ऑन है।
Do the chat here. Ask him.
मेरा तो ऑन है। मेरा तो
Indian enough.
हाँ, पर मुझे आपका ब्रोकन वॉइस आ रहा है ना थोड़ा।
जी सर। आपकी आवाज क्लियर है कपूर साहब। एडमिट करो। हाँ। जी सर, आपकी आवाज आ रही है सर।
हाँ शर्मा जी,
आपकी आवाज
क्लियर आ रही है, आप बोलिए। पर सर जी आपके दर्शन नहीं हो रहे। अच्छा ठीक है, आप तो भाई हो। अच्छा जी, मैं तो सबसे पहले मेरा सबको नमस्कार और मेरा सबको धन्यवाद और मेरा नमन कि आपने मुझे इस उम्र में भी याद रखा और मुझे मौका दिया कि मैं अपने भाई बहनों के साथ इस तरह बैठ के बातचीत कर सकूं। ये आपने जो आज विषय रखा है इंटरनेशनल मदर्स डे है ना जी, तो ये बड़ा अच्छा सब्जेक्ट है। थोड़ा मैं दूसरी तरह से इसके बारे में कि ये प्रश्न ही क्यों उठा इंटरनेशनल मदर्स डे, इसका बैकग्राउंड क्या है? इसका बैकग्राउंड ये है कि कॉलोनाइज्ड पीरियड में जो हमारे नेटिव एजुकेशन सिस्टम थे, नेटिव, उन सबको रिप्लेस कर दिया गया बाय द कॉलोनियल एजुकेशन लैंग्वेजेस। और उसमें नेटिव उसमें करने का मतलब कि कारण ये था, उन्होंने इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज से हमारी एजुकेशन को चेंज करने के लिए जो उनका मूल मंत्र था वो था कि जो शिक्षा का माध्यम है वो नेटिव लैंग्वेजेस को हटा के एक इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज बनाया जाए। अब हम सब जानते हैं कि उन्होंने, देखिए सबसे पहले उन्होंने ये किया सब कुछ, ये तो बड़ा क्लियर है कि उनको समझ थी कि इतनी पावरफुल सिविलाइजेशंस हैं, इतनी लंबी ट्रेडिशन है, इन लोगों का अपने बारे में विश्वास बहुत है, सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट बहुत है, तो इनको अगर हमने रूल करना है, गुलाम बनाना है, तो हमें क्या करना चाहिए? तो उसके लिए उनकी जो मानसिक चिंतन है उसको बदलना है, और उसको बदलने के लिए शिक्षा को बदलना है, और शिक्षा को बदलने के लिए भाषा को बदलना है। क्योंकि सारा जो थॉट है, जैसे भर्तृहरि कहते हैं कि ज्ञानम सर्वम शब्देन भाषते, सारा ज्ञान आपका तो भाषा में है। आपने जब उनकी भाषा ही हटा दी तो उनका ज्ञान ही हटा दिया, ये उनका कारण था। दूसरी बात जो मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेजेस बहुत रही हैं। आजकल हम सिर्फ अंग्रेजी और इसको ही मानते हैं, पर पुराने जमाने में सोगडियन भाषा थी। ऊपर जितना इलाका था कुशानों का, हुनों का, पर्शियंस का, सोगडियन एम्पायर था और सोगडियन इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज थी उस वक्त, और सब लोग जो थे वही सीखते थे। उसके बाद जब पर्शियन एम्पायर बना और यूरोप के साथ, यूनान के साथ झगड़े, तो 500-600 साल पर्शियन रही इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज। और सारे मतलब कि आप समझिए तुर्की से लेके, रोम से लेके पर्शिया तक पर्शियन लैंग्वेज को सीखा पढ़ा जाता था। उसके बाद पर्शियन के बाद आप एक पीरियड आया इस्लामिक इन्वेजन का, तो पर्सो अरेबिक जो थी वो बन गई इंटरनेशनल, भारतवर्ष तक अरेबिक इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज बन गई, है ना जी। और हमारे यहाँ पूरी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की लैंग्वेज पर्शियन रही, दुनिया में रही, पर समय बदलता है। उसके बाद 16वीं 17वीं शताब्दी में फ्रांस बड़ा पावरफुल हो गया और फ्रेंच बिकेम द इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज, फ्रेंच। और आपको पता है कि 18वीं शताब्दी तक रशिया की जो कोर्ट थी, रशिया की, वहाँ फ्रेंच बोली जाती थी। और अंग्रेजों 1066 में नॉर्मन्स ने इंग्लैंड को डिफीट करके इंग्लैंड की पूरी भाषा जो एंग्लो सैक्सन थी उसको दबा के फ्रेंच को बना दिया लैंग्वेज। और 300-400 साल फ्रेंच जो थी वो इंग्लैंड की कल्चर की, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की, थॉट की लैंग्वेज रही। 1353 में, 1066 के बाद 1353 में पहली बार अंग्रेजों ने अपना कानून अंग्रेजी में बनाया, है जी, 300 साल बाद। अच्छा, हमें तो अभी समझिए कोई 200-100 साल ही हुए हैं, होपफुली हम भी और 50 साल में अपने कानून अपनी भाषा में बनाएंगे। आप तो जानते हैं कि आजकल अगर कोई स्टेट लैंग्वेज भी कानून बनाती है या भारत कानून बनाता है तो वो अंग्रेजी में बनता है, अंग्रेजी में, और उसका अनुवाद हिंदी में होता है। और कचहरी में आप हिंदी कोर्ट नहीं कर सकते, अंग्रेजी कोर्ट करते हो। पर हमें 353 साल में अभी टाइम है, हम भी शायद लिबरेट हो जाएंगे। तो फ्रेंच के बाद फ्रेंच जो थी इसने रूल किया कई साल। उसके बाद आपको पता है इंडिया, फ्रांस की और इंग्लैंड की लड़ाइयाँ होती रही मालाबार कोस्ट पे नीदरलैंड के साथ। फिर फ्रांसीसी जो थे वो विड्रॉ कर गए, वो अफ्रीका चले गए, तो अंग्रेज जो थे वो यहाँ रह गए। अब उन्होंने उनका एजेंडा वही था कि भी इतनी बड़ी पॉपुलेशन और इतनी लंबी सिविलाइजेशन कैसे रूल करेंगे। तो उन्होंने 1835 में इंग्लिश एजुकेशन एक्ट बना दिया, है ना। उसमें पहली क्लॉज आप जानते हैं कि हम ऐसे इंडियन पैदा करेंगे जो ओपिनियन वैल्यूज, एक और शब्द है एंड इंटेलेक्ट, 4 में वो हमारी तरह होंगे, हमारी तरह। हम उनको, वो हमारे इंटरप्रेटर होंगे। इंटरप्रेटर को हिंदी में कहते हैं दलाल, वो हमारे दलाल होंगे। और आज भी अंग्रेजी पढ़े लिखे लोग जो हैं वो जो सत्ता है उसके दलाल हैं। उनका भारत से, कंट्री से कोई मतलब नहीं है, वो अपना एजेंडा चलाते हैं। तो उन्होंने दूसरा किया कि हम ऐसे बनाएंगे। तो दूसरी क्लॉज है कि बनाएंगे कैसे, ऐसे लोगों को पैदा कैसे करेंगे। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम इनको इनकी मातृभाषा में नहीं पढ़ाएंगे। आप पढ़ के देख लीजिए, यहाँ से ये मदर टंग का क्वेश्चन शुरू होता है। उन्होंने 1835 में कहा कि इनको हम दलाल बनाने के लिए, और दलाल और एक और होता है शब्द बिचौलिया, दलाल और बिचौलिए बनाने के लिए नजदीकी है। हमारा स्रोत वैदिक है, तो हमारी सोच भी, भारतीय भाषाओं की सोच, उनकी टेक्निकल वोकैबुलरी, उनकी थॉट की वोकैबुलरी कॉमन है। कुलदीप सिंह जी ने 1994 की जजमेंट में कहा कि संस्कृत इज नॉट ए लैंग्वेज, इट इज दी वोकैबुलरी ऑफ अ थॉट। तो हमारी पूरी थॉट और कल्चर जो थी, हमारी भाषाओं से हम लोगों को जोड़ते थे, जुड़े रहते थे लोग, राष्ट्र इसी से बनता था। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम इनको मदर टंग में नहीं पढ़ाएंगे। दैट डे दी मदर टंग्स वर असैसिनेटेड। तो हम इनको किस भाषा में पढ़ाएंगे? उन्होंने कहा हम इनको कोई इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज में पढ़ाएंगे। और उस वक्त उन्होंने कहा इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज अंग्रेजी से ज़्यादा अच्छी कौन सी है? तो उन्होंने अंग्रेजी में पढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया सबको, अंग्रेजी में। अब अंग्रेजी, ये एक हमारा बड़ा दुखद है कि भारत के लोग एक भाषा जो कि किसी की भी मातृभाषा नहीं है उसको मानने को तैयार है, पर किसी मातृभाषा को मानने को तैयार नहीं। हिंदी नहीं बनेगी नेशनल लैंग्वेज मीडियम, पर तमिल नहीं बनेगी, अंग्रेजी बन जाएगी विदेशी। ये सारा जो ये सोच है, ये उनकी 181 साल की जो शिक्षा है, 1835 से आज तक 181 ईयर से जो शिक्षा चल रही है, ये उसका रिजल्ट है। क्योंकि उस एजुकेशन में से जो हमारे बच्चे निकलते हैं, At best they are ignorant, and at worst they have contempt for themselves. अपने बारे में, अपनी परंपरा के बारे में. We are a disaffiliated people. ये जो अंग्रेजी पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, totally disaffiliated है. तो ये जो उन्होंने किया, वो उसका मैं फार्मूला बनाता हूँ EEE, 3 E, इंग्लिश, एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट. और ये फार्मूला आज भी चलता है, इंग्लिश, एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट. इसलिए गांव में भी संत विवेकानंद स्कूल बन गए अंग्रेजी मीडियम के. सेठ विवेकानंद की जगह संत विवेकानंद, है ना, स्कूल बन गए. अब देखिए जो लैंग्वेज एम्पायर है, पर लैंग्वेजेस जो होती हैं, लैंग्वेज का भी इतिहास होता है, उनकी एक बायोग्राफी होती है. और ये जितनी इंपीरियल लैंग्वेजेस रही, ये सोगडियन, पर्शियन, फ्रेंच, अरेबिक, ये सब खत्म हो गई इनके एम्पायर जैसे ही. क्योंकि ये भाषाएं इंटरनेशनल बनी थी, आर्मी और इंपीरियलिज्म से बनी थी. और जैसे इंपीरियलिज्म खत्म हुई, भाषाएं खत्म हो गई. पर एक संस्कृत भाषा है जिसका एम्पायर थॉट, विचार की स्ट्रेंथ से बना, ज्ञान के कारण संस्कृत का एम्पायर बना. और सारे एम्पायर खत्म हो गए, पर संस्कृत का एम्पायर आज भी जिंदा है. आप सेंट्रल एशिया, एशिया, आप वेस्ट एशिया, आप मतलब इंग्लैंड, अमेरिका, दुनिया की यूनिवर्सिटियां अभी भी 1893 में हार्वर्ड ओरिएंटल सीरीज ने हमारी 123 किताबों का अनुवाद शुरू किया. हमको कहा संस्कृत इज ए डेड लैंग्वेज, क्योंकि हम डेड लोग हैं, हम ये बात मान गए. पर उन्होंने खुद 123 ट्रांसलेट शुरू किए. उसका 78वां वॉल्यूम पिछले साल छपा है, अभी वो कर रहे हैं. और सेक्रेड बुक्स ऑफ द ईस्ट मैक्स म्यूलर ने 72 वॉल्यूम ट्रांसलेट किए 19वीं शताब्दी में. और 19वीं शताब्दी में वो सारे यूरोप की भाषाओं में ट्रांसलेट हुए. तो हमारा जो ज्ञान है वो तो भारत की, दुनिया, विश्व की मानस गंगोत्री है शुरू से. आप जीरो, न्यूमरल, पाई, कैलकुलस, डेसिमल सिस्टम, ये पुराने भूल जाइए. लोग कहेंगे पुराने हैं, पर आज भी 19वीं शताब्दी में उन लोगों को क्यों जरूरत पड़ती है कि वो हमारे ज्ञान को एक्सेस करें. क्योंकि हमारे वैदिक जो नॉलेज सिस्टम्स हैं उसमें 64 विद्याएं ऐसी हैं जिनको वो कहते हैं दिव्य विद्या. वो दिव्य विद्या आर ऑल थ्रेशोल्ड साइंसेस. They are all knowledge creation systems created through the mind, through the soul. Mind से, मतलब mind threshold है उनका. These are threshold sciences. और इनको लेने अब वेस्ट जो है it has reached the limits, और उसको threshold sciences चाहिए. तो ये एम्पायर खत्म हो गए. पर संस्कृत एम्पायर, क्योंकि भारतवर्ष से आर्मीज नेवर मार्च्ड आउट ऑफ इंडिया, but ideas always marched out of India. और हमारे the whole before Christianity, the entire world was सनातन. आपको पेरू में 21,000 फुट की पीक मिलती है जिसका नाम है मच्छी पच्चू. लिटरली टेल ऑफ द फिश. उसकी शक्ल भी वैसी है, वो शहर का नाम भी वैसा है. आप दुनिया में घूम जाइए, इजिप्ट में रैमसीस को एक जगह यमुनाई कहा गया है कि यमुना के किनारे का व्यक्ति. तो आप दुनिया में जगह जगह जाके देखेंगे सनातन. पर क्या कहते हैं ना, जैसे कि हम क्या हैं, हम तो भूल गए. अंग्रेजी भाषा 181 साल ने भुला दिया. आप यूनिवर्सिटियों की किसी भी सिलेबस को निकाल लीजिए, सब्जेक्ट पे अपना ग्रंथ एक भी नहीं पढ़ाते. अल्बेरूनी ने गजनी के साथ आया था, बड़ा विद्वान था, पर्शियन था, कन्वर्टेड. उसने कहा कि ये हिंदू लोग जो हैं ये हमारे से 3 तरह अलग हैं. 3 तरह. नंबर 1, ये मौत से नहीं डरते. अब इसका बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है कि हिंदू मौत से क्यों नहीं डरता. क्योंकि हिंदू के लिए मौत जो है वो एंड नहीं है, वो तो एक कपड़े बदलने का ओकेजन है. वो तो एक मिडिल फेज है, ए बिगिनिंग विल अगेन. सो द हिंदू इज नॉट स्केयर्ड टू डाई, इनको मौत का डर नहीं है। दूसरा, ये सच बोलते हैं, ये झूठ कभी नहीं बोलते, बहुत बड़ी बात है, झूठ नहीं बोलते, सच बोलते हैं। तीसरा ये इनको अपने ज्ञान का बड़ा अहंकार है। अगर इनको कहा जाए कि खुरासान में भी ज्ञान है तो बड़ा पेट्रोनाइजिंगली स्माइल करते हैं कि हाँ थोड़ा सा हमारे से सीखा है। ये ट्रेजेडी है कि अंग्रेजों के आते आते, अंग्रेजों की शिक्षा के कारण ये तीनों, हमारा चरित्र जो है हिंदुओं का तीनों तरह बदल गया। अब हम 6 जनरेशन के लिए पैसा इकट्ठा करते हैं कि वो खाएं, मौत से डरना तो अलग। आज हम झूठ सच नहीं बोलते, कहते हैं भैया मेरे से सच ना बुलवा, मैं बाल बच्चेदार आदमी हूँ, और अपना ज्ञान तो कोई है ही नहीं। ज्ञान तो सारा अंग्रेजी की किताबों में, हार्वर्ड ब्रेस में है ना, और ब्रिटिश काउंसिल में, और USAID में, और फोर्ड फाउंडेशन की किताबों में ज्ञान है सारा, हमारा तो ज्ञान है ही नहीं। तो ये पूरा इसका जो असर पड़ा कि भारत के लोगों का सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट खत्म हो गया, डीअफिलिएट हो गए, और हमारी जो कल्चरल एनोमी, अगर यंग पीपल जो पढ़ते हैं उनको घर में माँ बाप सिखाते हैं कि बेटा तेरा फर्ज है, तो बड़ा बेटा है, तेरा फर्ज है, ड्यूटी इंपॉर्टेंट है तेरे लिए। और जब वो यूनिवर्सिटी में जाता है तो पॉलिटिकल साइंस वाले कहते हैं कि तुम्हारे राइट्स इंपॉर्टेंट है, राइट्स। तो जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है बिटवीन राइट्स एंड ड्यूटी, कर्तव्य, हमारी समाज, हमारा देश ज्ञान केंद्रित है पहले दिन से, हमारी संस्कृति वैल्यू लोडेड है, और हमारा समाज कर्तव्य परक है, और हमारा देश राष्ट्र इसलिए है कि हमारी चेतना एक है, और वो चेतना उस ज्ञान के कारण है, वैदिक ज्ञान, जो कि आते आते आप हैरान होंगे कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आप क्रिश्चियन है, वो मुझे एक दिन बताता है वहाँ ऑरेंजेस बहुत होते हैं ना सिक्किम में और उधर, तो बोले कि हनुमान जी जब संजीवनी ले जा रहे थे ना तो संतरों के सीड गिरे थे यहाँ। मतलब ये हमारी परमिएशन है, कल्चर की परमिएशन है, तो वो सारी निकल गई। अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि आज हमें क्या करना चाहिए। हमारा सिस्टम वैसे का वैसा, 10 साल हो गए हैं, हमारी 5 कमेटियां बनी, 7000 पेज लैंग्वेज पॉलिसी, इवन एनईपी में भी क्या है, ध्यान से पढ़िए कि wherever possible, अब शब्द देखिए, wherever possible children will be taught in their mother tongue up to class 5, possibly beyond up to 8, possibly up to class 5। क्यों भाई, बाद में क्या है, डरते डिफिडेंस के साथ कि हम इनको 5वीं तक, wherever possible, so English is possible everywhere, मदर टंग इज नॉट पॉसिबल। वैसे मदर टंग का कॉन्सेप्ट जो है वो ठीक नहीं है लिंग्विस्टिकली। मदर टंग एक ही होती है, एक माँ अपने एक ही बच्चे को या बच्चों को जो भाषा बोलती है उसमें तोतली भाषा भी होती है, वो मदर टंग होती है, बाकी कोई मदर टंग नहीं होती। बाकी जो टंग होती है, बच्चे जब थोड़े बड़े होते हैं अपने बच्चों से बात करते हैं, दूसरों से खेलते हैं, जो एनवायरनमेंट में सीखते हैं वो लैंग्वेज होती है। और जब स्कूल जाते हैं तो वो थोड़ी वाइडर रीजनल लैंग्वेज होती है। तो पहले माँ की भाषा से और अपने दोस्तों की भाषा से उनका इमोशनल और मेंटल कंस्ट्रक्शन होता है, और जब वो स्कूल में जाते हैं तो उनकी सोशलाइजेशन की लैंग्वेज होती है, रीजनल लैंग्वेज होती है, वो बनती है। तो ये जो प्रोसेस है, ये प्रोसेस को हम रिक्रिएट क्यों नहीं कर पाते, हम डरते क्यों हैं? भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा रखेंगे, क्या रखेंगे, हो क्या रहा, क्या रखेंगे? अरे बेसिक बात है, आप अपनी पूरी किताबें जितनी है कमेटियां बना के उनका एग्जामिनेशन करवाइए कि भी इनमें से कौन सी चीज निकालनी है, कौन सी डालनी है। बस आपने इतनी 5-5 साल से कमेटियां बना रखी है टेक्स्ट बुक बनाने के लिए। अरे काफी टेक्स्ट बुक जो बनी हुई है जो हमारे बचपन की है वो तो काफी अच्छी होती थी, बहुत अच्छी होती थी, उनमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी। तो आप टाइम वेस्ट करते हो, करते कुछ नहीं हो। 5 साल के बाद यहाँ पहुंचे हैं कि हमें टेक्स्ट बुक बनानी है। अब बनाने वाले कौन हैं इस हिंदुस्तान में? इस शिक्षा के जो प्रोडक्ट हैं, कितने लोग हैं जो अपनी टेक्स्ट बुक बना सकते हैं? कितने हैं? बड़ी मुश्किल है, नहीं होगा। तो एक मूल चूल परिवर्तन, मूल चूल, ये टिंकरिंग नहीं, मूल चूल परिवर्तन मैंने लैंग्वेज एक्सपर्ट कमेटी में रिकमेंडेशन दी थी, और क्योंकि मेरी रिकमेंडेशंस वर पॉलिटिकली नॉट एक्सेप्टेबल, तो उस कमेटी की रिपोर्ट को शेल्फ में रख दिया गया। मैंने कहा कि पूरी शिक्षा का माध्यम स्टेट लैंग्वेजेस होनी चाहिए। State languages should be the medium of instruction from class 1 to research, highest research, even sciences, और हम लोग vocabulary बनाने में लगे हैं। अगर हम अपने पुराने ग्रंथ पढ़े विज्ञान के, तो सब vocabulary है। विमान शास्त्र की vocabulary भी है, मेटालर्जी की vocabulary भी है, मैकेनिक्स की भी है, पर हम लोग अंग्रेजी के शब्दों को लेके ट्रांसलेट करते हैं। ओके भाई साहब, अंग्रेजी शिक्षा ने हमको we have made us into translated minds, and our education simply means translation. Thank you very much. Kripa.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address, and a very important message you have given to us, how we should make our language, our mother tongue, more importance rather than just translating in English.
सर आवाज ठीक है?
ठीक है। शर्मा जी, शर्मा जी, कैसे हो?
आशीर्वाद है आपका।
तुम बैठे, कोई गलती तो नहीं की थी? आज कोई गलत गाल तो नहीं बोली?
आशीर्वाद सर,
आशीर्वाद आपका बहुत अच्छा बोले। ऋषियां मुनिया का आशीर्वाद चाहिए।
अरे शर्मा जी, आपका हमारा इतना बड़े दिन हो गए मिले नहीं, मिलेंगे हैं? अच्छा, बाकी सारे मैं पहचान नहीं पाता, बट आई एम श्योर आई नो ऑल ऑफ देम। सबको मेरा वेरी रिस्पेक्टफुल नमस्कार, वेरी रिस्पेक्टफुल नमस्कार। हाँ जी, तो मैं अब जा सकता हूँ? कैन आई लीव?
जी सर, सर शैलेंद्र मोहन।
ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच। बहुत कृपा, आपने बुलाया और बहुत श्लाघा हुई मेरी। आई फील ऑनर्ड। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
Now we will move to another section, which is the tea break. We will depart for tea break for 15 minutes. I would like to request everyone to please assemble back in this hall after 15 minutes after the tea.
His father is here. His father is here. We'll honor him. Which has up?
Ladies and gentlemen, one more interesting, our SP Sahab's father is also with us. That is, we are very lucky to have him here. Please have a big round of applause. Sir, ನಿಮಗೆ ಆದರದ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
multilingualism, but that is our strength rather than weakness. And why it is strength, this would also be obvious once we look at the mother language. Mother language, as it has been established by cognitive science. Cognitive science is a discipline which has emerged with the synthesis of linguistics, more particularly psycholinguistics and neurolinguistics on the one hand, psychology on the other, and other sciences which have appeared like computer science, on the third corner. So that synthesis has given rise to a new discipline known as cognitive science. Cognitive science has established that mother language is the foundation of cognitive development. It's the means of the foundation of cognitive development. Why? Because it shapes thought processes. So when we embark upon acquiring a second language or any other language for that matter later on, we have already shaped our thought processes in early childhood. Mother language enhances learning abilities, and sooner we realize this thing is more important for us to act upon this, that mother language enhances learning abilities. So we cannot think of any situation devoid of the opportunity of importance of the mother language. It's also an instrument of social and cultural cognition. There is a lot more which we need to realize in form of social cognition and cultural cognition. A great deal of thinking is built around this, which we understand as social cognition, and cultural cognition is that part of cognition which we build on the cultural values, on the cultural norms, and the cultural processes inherent in a particular community. So it's instrument in social and cultural cognition. It's also a means of metaphor and emotions. We cannot think of, it's the best way to express ourselves, when we talk of emotions. Let us think of how do we express pain. Can we find a better way other than using our mother language to express pain, happiness, joy, and so on and so forth? There is no end to the listing of emotions in this respect. So it's a means of metaphor and emotions. Metaphor also, that how we represent our knowledge. Metaphor is a very important tool in that, and metaphor is built on the basis of the mother language. Means of categorization and conceptual system. How we divide the worldly reality into certain categories. For example, color system, our numeral system, counting, our conceptualization of time, conceptualization of motion, conceptualization of the bigger ideas like what is life, what is death, and so on and so forth. All these are built around the categorization which is possible first in mother language. So that's very important, because we cannot think of a life devoid of mother language. It's also a vital means of cultural heritage and also the identity. Our identity is also linked to, it's even when we are in a digital age and we use so much of digital technology, there also the identity is largely built around mother language. So this is also very important. So once we realize the importance of mother language, means we are realizing the importance of the identity of a community in this respect. It's also a bridge between generations. You see, look at it, the kind of knowledge which is inherited by us from our elders, from our parents, from our grandparents. And now when we talk of generation gaps, actually it is the gaps caused by loss of mother language. It's the gap caused by, because that gap is sought to be filled by other things. I remember a time when my child studying in a school came to me and asked, Papa, 463 क्या होता है? 463. 463. We are losing our conceptual strength that was built through mother language. It shows that the kind of generation gap which was created. So mother language is always a bridge between generations. So this is another important factor, and more than that, it's a cornerstone of linguistic diversity. So why do we need to preserve, revitalize in view of the fact that we have not given importance, but new education policy is definitely laying some emphasis on the role of mother language. And I would like to reassure Professor Kapil Kapoor also that in future it is quite possible that to any level in educational system it may be possible to impart, to learn, to acquire knowledge, in mother language. So that is the ideal, that is the goal which has been set. And of course an institution like CIIL is going to play a very important role, in this respect also. So why do we need to preserve, revitalize and strengthen mother language? 5 important reasons are there from cognitive science point of view, from psycholinguistic point of view. One is to preserve and protect the benefits of mother language, as I have already discussed about some of them. I have not given an exhaustive list. There are many more, but they are interconnected. But these 10 points which I raised earlier are the important points from cognitive point of view. Secondly, to maintain linguistic diversity. Can we think of linguistic diversity without thinking of mother language? Impossible. It's not possible at all. So to think of, if we have to maintain the linguistic diversity, and linguistic diversity is an achievement of humankind. Linguistic diversity is something which is characteristic to the evolution of a section of humankind, where it happens to be there. It's a strength. It's not a weakness. It's the identity of that community which has the linguistic diversity there. So to maintain linguistic diversity, we need to realize the significance, and we need to put it into practice how mother language is crucial. Thirdly, to foster intellectual growth. Now this is the question which is being debated in context of education, and I'm sure the day is not far off when it will also be put into action, and there will be various ways. Now to give you one very simple idea, how it's going to happen. In ancient times we have had the quantum of translation in India, which even to date stands unsurpassed. During the time of the great divide between Buddhism into Mahayana and Hinayana, when Sanskrit was adopted as a language of discourse by Mahayana, as opposed to Pali, which was there in the Theravadins, in the Hinayana. So there arose the need of translating all that which was available in Pali to be translated into Sanskrit. And not only this, they also needed to translate other materials, which were in some other forms in Sanskrit, and also collecting Sanskrit scriptures. So that way, couple of centers in China, became the most dominant places or schools, I would call, of translation, where they hired large number of scholars from India to translate that literature into Sanskrit. And not only Sanskrit, from Sanskrit to Chinese. And from Tibet and China, Buddhism went to Korea, to one kingdom, from one kingdom to second kingdom to third kingdom, and from there, from Baekje, it went to Japan. And also from Tibet to Mongolia. So translation at that time was done at such a large scale that many of the books which we lost in Sanskrit, original Sanskrit, have been retrieved from translation to again back to Sanskrit. So it's a rich source there. When we look at the medieval times also, plenty of literature was translated into Arabic and Persian. That is also, I need not highlight this point, but many Puranic scriptures, Mahabharata, Gita, and so on and so forth, the books have been translated. Panchtantra is now, it can be read in many languages of the world because of the ancient translations. But believe me, in future, when we lay emphasis on mother tongue, how are we going to solve the problem of making the literature available? Government already has realized this important point, and the need of translation would arise manifold. It is projected that at least in coming years we may need, and Professor Mohan may be aware of this, thousands and thousands of translators. If a book is written in Kannada, and why not it should be translated in all other languages of India? So we are having a face-to-face interaction between one language and another language. And see, these languages of India, they share a lot more. Now, after having a number of seminars on Bharatiya Bhasha Parivar, it is fairly evident that these languages have impacted each other. Languages have taken so much from each other, and aside from taking from each other, they also share the cognitive structures together. They share the semantic structures together. They inherit the ideas and the conceptual systems together. And because of that, it would be much more easier. So be ready that question of giving importance to mother language is also linked to the question of translation, in which CIIL is already contributing and will contribute more. And even then, when the translation would be done through machine, even then the post-editing work would be required. So this problem has already been discussed and debated, how to solve this problem in future. The projected demand of translation of the textbook materials and so on and so forth. So mother language is at the core of the heart. Not only to maintain linguistic diversity, as I pointed out, it is also to foster intellectual growth. That is one of the reasons why mother language is given importance, in the core of education system when we are debating and discussing education system. To safeguard cultural and linguistic identity, I have already pointed out that mother language shapes our cultural identity, and therefore our cultural identity and linguistic identity can be safeguarded, and this is very important, even in the long run, to protect the languages with which, all those who are participating in various different ways, they would feel very happy that linguistic identity and cultural identity can also be safeguarded with the realization of the mother language. To last but not the least is to protect and revitalize mother language as both a source of cognition and heritage. I told you that much of the heritage is built around mother language, because heritage comes through generations. So it will, the realization of mother language, more and more we think of, more and more we encourage the community, and it would be obvious when language would move from just the point of debates and discussions, point of suggestions by the academicians, to practice in the business environment, in the work environment, where it would be the transfer of position from early education to the real situations of workplace, where mother language would become a reality. Therefore, it would be a kind of attempt to protect and revitalize mother language education. Therefore, what needs to be done, what is so important at the moment, is strengthening mother language education to, I'm just going to finish. Okay. To the mother tongue based multilingual education, because now what is being discussed is not a monolingual education system, be it through English or something. So it's very interesting to find out that the gardener who comes in my house, he told me that he shared with me that he put his child into an English medium school. I was educated, I am from a rural area. I was educated, and when I got my early education, the area I come from, southern Haryana, at that time, we had not seen even electricity till I reached the class 9th. So till 8th, we did not know what are the benefits of the electric tools, equipments, I studied in government education system, and today, because he finds the situation where he derives motivation from the persons with whom he is associated, he thinks that his child would be left behind if the child doesn't get education in the English medium school. So Gardner has put his child into an English medium school, and it is a situation where we are, we have lost so much in the process. I taught phonetics for 28 years, and while teaching phonetics, I never used the term unaspirated and aspirated. Why I did not use the term unaspirated and aspirated? I found the argument in Edward's appeal. Edward's appeal says speech is modified breathing. If speech cannot be produced without breath, without prana in Sanskrit, how can we produce speech sounds unaspirated? I always used, because of my background, because I have a master's degree in philosophy and master's degree in linguistics and studied additional subject of Sanskrit up to graduation, I always preferred Alpa Prana and Mahaprana. And this tradition has infiltrated. The other day, Professor Ram Murthy was talking in Kolkata about the impact of Pan-Indian system on the grammatical system of South, and this was fairly evident that how the knowledge did not have, we never had any quells, any conflicts between the languages before the Britishers came. Nowhere in history you find any mention about the conflicts. Pilgrimage was taking place, trade links were established, business enterprises were going on successfully. That's otherwise how could we contribute to such a high GDP of the world? We did it because everything was going on very well. We had a very strong medical infrastructure. We had a strong educational system. We had high development in areas of chemistry, mathematics, astronomy, and many other areas. And this was everywhere in India. So this was being done through either through mother language or through a lingua franca like Sanskrit. It was a lingua franca. By the way, I disagree with many people who say that Hindi belongs to this area. Hindi never belongs to any area. You would find hardly a microscopic place on the map which can be assigned to Hindi. Hindi has always evolved as a lingua franca, and it has, you become as good a native speaker of Hindi as I am there or as anyone else is there. This was the beauty of the country, that we would be able to communicate without being dependent on any other language, our ideas to other people. And this was when mother language was so important. So I see that in future also mother language, not only by linguists, by the community per se, it has to be realized, it has to unfold its potential for human development, for the advancement of knowledge, advancement of the ideas, and that would be possible only when mother language is important. Mother language is given due which it has in the realm of things which matter in the society, right from education to the technology, right from the social thinking to the social perspective, right from the planning and policy shifts to its realization into practice. When this happens, I think, and there can be no other better place than India. Recently, as we organized a number of seminars funded by Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, in one seminar, one person demonstrated with, from practical experience point of view, working on a small group in Tipto Burman family of 100 speakers, where learning materials, pedagogical materials were designed and used. Now you can think how many students were there in that community, and it was demonstrated. So I see no reason why. And remember that although I don't know when we would get the information with regards to mother languages in India or officially recognized languages in India, the major languages spoken by more than 10,000 in 2011 census was 1,369. But languages spoken by less than 10,000 does not mean that they are not the languages. They are very much languages. They are as efficient a medium of communication as the languages spoken by you and me. So I visualize that in future technology should come in a big way to help us to design the material and to implement also, and to place it in proper perspective, where mother language could be utilized by every nook and corner in this part of the planet, which is a good picture to demonstrate where linguistic diversity is the strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sharma, for your very insightful and knowledgeable words that you have shared amongst us on why it is important for us to celebrate International Mother Language Day. Now, as we embrace the guiding words, of our chief guest, we move forward to the next part of the program, which is a talk from Professor Rajesh Sachdeva.
No, but sir, director.
for the miscommunication. Now we are going to have the presidential address by the Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, Professor Shailendra Mohan.
Huh? Yes.
Yeah,
2:30 lecture, yeah. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸತ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಅಕಾಲ್ ವಂದಕಂ ಜೋಹಾರ್ and good afternoon. My first Adarniya Professor Kapil Kapoor sir, Padma Bhushan, Professor R.C. Sharma, chief guest on this occasion on International Mother Language Day, Shri Chennabasavanna in absentia, Professor Rajesh Sachdeva, Professor L. Ramamurthy ji, Dr. Pankaj Dwivedi, my colleagues at Central Institute of Indian Languages, media partner Professor Talwar, Pankaj, Sujay and others. My heartfelt wishes to you all on the Silver Jubilee celebration of International Mother Language Day, and it is marked to pay the respect and tribute to the language movement initiated and sustained by students in Bangladesh in 1952. So in these 25 Silver Jubilee years of International Mother Language Day, efforts to promote mother tongue was emphasized, and the importance of language preservation and promotion in safeguarding cultural heritage, education and fostering more peaceful societies was one of the objectives of this celebration of International Mother Language Day, which initially started with UNESCO and later adopted by the UN General Assembly, underscores the role of language in promoting inclusion and achieving sustainable development goals. Central Institute of Indian Languages, as we all know, that works for the promotion of all Indian languages, including mother tongues. And we have been in last 54 years of our journey, has been created a number of resources for the promotion of these languages through our various schemes and projects in teaching, learning, translation, testing, technology, working on lesser than 10,000 languages, as well as creating digital resources. And we have significantly reached a particular kind of a milestone, and there are lots that is need to be done in future for the promotion of these languages. And the achievement that we have been doing for last 50 years has been highlighted already, and in recent years we also did some major works. So our commitment towards working for the languages of India has been, and I think it's now time has come in when we interact with other disciplines, other multidisciplinary organizations and others, so that the promotional aspect of Indian languages should be strengthened, and it should be done in such a way that the language, not as a barrier, as a concept, can be achieved in future by working on these languages by Central Institute of Indian Languages. The two things that I think is very important once we go in future and realizing the futures of Indian languages, one Kapoor sir as well as Sharma sir has already highlighted. Number one important thing, that the technology will rule later on in each and every aspect. The Central Institute of Indian Languages has to come up with certain kind of ways by which we can integrate technology in preservation of these languages, be it testing, be it translation, be it technology. Technological development is very important in that, and I wish that in future goals and other things but why I am saying that technology is very important and that can be achievable for these mother tongues development program. The point is that, as Kapoor sir said, that our psyche and other things has come from a same cultural sources somewhere in thousands of years back, and that has a reflection on our languages. So our languages shows more similarities than anything else. So we cannot, right now, if we look into the divides of families, Hindi comes as a Indo-European and English is also. But there is less similarity between Hindi and English than more similarities between Hindi and Tamil. So looking at these kind of idea that now these models of language families perhaps doesn't work, even in Tibeto-Burman family when Matisoff talks of Sinosphere, Indosphere, actually he is pointing out that there are convergence areas inside these languages. So because our languages are sharing a good number of elements inside it, be it structure, be it lexicon, be it phonological systems and others, it is a time that these facts that languages shares more will eventually help us in developing these technological systems of our languages. So a new way of looking at these languages, mother tongues and others needs to be with a commonness so that we can achieve those targets in future. And I hope with the young generation at Central Institute of Indian Languages and others will be in a position to achieve these kind of objectives that Central Institute of Indian Languages should pursue on this International Mother Language Day. The other important thing that also the teaching and learner of Indian languages, and we have initiated some work on that. Because there are similarities and others, there may be a possibility that we can initiate one more language, and I hope that giving technological input to learning 270 mother tongues through an app medium would be one of the goals that I think in future the Central Institute of Indian Languages would like to complete that, and the Bhasa Sagar, the project that we all are working on it, will be realized soon, and everyone will have the facility to go and learn any language of 270 mother tongues in future on its mobile app. So the point is that as a promotion of Indian languages, this institute is working, and I hope this will continue in future as well. My heartfelt wishes to you all on International Mother Language Day, and I thank insightful talk by Professor Kapil Kapoor on importance of mother tongue, and from Professor R.C. Sharma sir for giving us the importance of the mother tongue and the knowledge base that it can be created. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights and for setting a powerful and promising vision for the future of our institution. Now we come to the next session, which is a presentation of memento to our chief guest. I would like to request Professor Sharma to please come on the dais, and I would like to request our director, sir, to present the memento to Professor Sharma.
सर इधर आ जाओ, इधर ही आ जाओ। कैरी बैग भी देना पड़ेगा आपको। हाँ सर, कैरी बैग भी देंगे। पैक करके देंगे। सर ये इम्पोर्टेंट बात है।
This photograph will be better, sir. Mobile se बढ़िया। Anything else? No. Okay. So we move ahead for lunch.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we will be departing for lunch break. After the
No, last. Plenary is there.
We can do the vote of thanks for this part. Your schedule was fine.
okay.
Last minute.
According to
It is based.
What time is that?
2 minutes. Maybe 2 more photos things हो जाए।
If you can take a break for lunch. Yeah, we break for lunch.
What time is it coming?
At 3:15.
Okay, now we will be departing for lunch. So sorry for
Can
that.
we reassemble at 2ish or 2:50?
Yes.
Yes, we will be assembling here again at 2. 2 o'clock, exactly 2 o'clock.
So don't follow the published.
राजा चंद्र का सब कुछ लेने के बाद
Credit. I welcome you, sir.
I've forgotten your name. Eh? Gami. Thank you so much, Gami. समस्त जन कल्याणे निरतं करुणामयं नमामि चिन्मयं देवं सद्गुरुं ब्रह्मविद्वान्. You see, at a time when the emergency was on in this country, some things happened to the way we will talk about language. It's extremely important that before I even come to this, we must first pay a bit of homage to the nature of the day. Way back in 1950s, early 50s, the Bangla students, right? They felt completely aggrieved by the fact that Pakistan had chosen to declare Urdu as the sole official language, and Bengalis, who actually outnumbered them, their language was not even given the status of an associate official language. And so they got particularly offended because they lived in a Bangla world. Their whole world view was in that language. And though they had chosen to become part of Pakistan and be East Pakistan called, there was no communication between them if their own language was to be set aside. And so Pakistan, in its foolishness, I must say foolishness, had chosen only one language on this to do this, and had offended their Bengali countrymen. And then it began that the distrust between the two communities came to the fore, and there was a huge students' protest, and 5 students died in East Bengal. And that was a movement for laying down your life for your language, right? So this is a sacred day, a solemn day, a day of prayer, for healing, for making people look, don't you take language for granted. The voices of the people count. Their voices, their language means a lot to them. So I think that is something we need to recapitulate at this time. It may have come into UNESCO 25 years back, that's different. But what marks the event is a whole 70 odd years of history to that, right? But now the emergency time. When India was under emergency, when the 1971 data on language was being tabled, something happened to the nature of language data that would be talked to in the planning circles. Suddenly the 1652 mother tongues that we had listed earlier were seen with a sense of wariness. Can we go and tell everybody we are so diverse, so many languages? Can we then probably begin so many language movements and things like that? And a certain mind of fear or niching or becoming wary of language, because in your neighborhood you are seeking to have become the liberators of Bangladesh, having become party to this. You're taking pride in doing all that. You're beginning to see how language could be so emotional and stir up mass mobilization. And here we have a country with so many hundreds and hundreds of languages. A certain scheme about ordering the nature of information gathered from census began to happen. And so to my mind, a language planning sort of began on just the conveying of information itself. The census data was seen as not merely information, it was to be an act of planning, to set aside. So the mother tongues were then to be put together in the categories. And so we know Hindi is a large umbrella with Hadoti and Bhojpuri and all the Maithili became separate. We created umbrella terms called under the nation of language. And then smaller numbers of below 10,000 were not, their names were not even to be revealed. In some sense, we begin to undo our commitment to diversity by concealing it or reclassifying or doing things. So the information, there's a sudden change in the strategy of the things, and this all happened with a sense of it's a conscious decision. It's deliberate, and that's why I'm calling it planning. What information to give and what not to give and how to give the information about language was rethought and rekindled in that. Now in the same times, while the information on mother tongue began to change, the classification of the languages began to change. At that time, Now we know for the emergency period for a dark chapter in the darkest chapter in the history of independent India. Sure enough, many of us lived through that. But certain things happened. They always talk about the preamble, the two things have come. No? The socialist and the secular part has been added to the original thing. But do you know, in the nature of duties, something was added, which is important for the discourse today. So I will read that. In the fundamental duties for all of us, right? We are all citizens of this land. Among other things, they said, A, it shall be the duty of every citizen of India to abide by the Constitution and respect its ideals and institutions. 2, to promote harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood amongst all the people of India, transcending religious, linguistic, regional or sectional diversities. Duty. And here, to value and preserve the rich heritage of our composite culture. So suddenly, we were talking Kartavya. In the morning, Kapur was talking about our Kartavya. So it's our duty to take to safeguarding our composite culture. So in that sense, when we are now discussing a country which is, has history of centuries and centuries of coexistence, and we take pride in the fact that we have so many hundreds of languages. We belong to 4 different language families, and more than perhaps the Andamanis is another family, and there are bits of Semitic in Arabic, and people report that. 4 major language families, clearly 75% or so Indo-Aryan, 23% in Dravidian, so 98% gone. And the 2% of Austroasiatic and Tibeto-Burman, the house of the richest linguistic diversity is the 2% population of the Tibeto-Burman in the Austroasiatic, because the number of languages listed exceeds 66 and something. So more than 60% of linguistic diversity goes into 2% of the population called the Tibeto-Burman Austroasiatic. Fine. So far now, what happens then? We are supposed to safeguard. Safeguard, what is the nature of this linguistic heritage that we have? So let's dwell a little bit on the nature of what we want to safeguard. That there are so many languages, right? Hundreds of languages. But you say they belong to 4 families. What does that mean? It means at one point of time, there were 4 points of origin of language. Something called the Indo-Aryan, the Sanskritic world, something called the Dravidian, the Tamil, etc. world. And somewhere Austroasiatic, not so sure which was the original point of contact, I can say. Tibeto-Burman, not so sure, yes. We have somehow put them together. I don't know which is the closest to the source mother and all that. Almost a motherless, not so sure. They put Tibetan and Burman as a convenience thing together. Not so sure about the mother, not so sure about the mother in Austroasiatic, but rather sure about the Sanskritic origins of many, and nearly quite so sure about the Sanskrit and Tamilian and all those origins. Little on more solid grounds. So then, how did this diversity begin? So as people who study language, it's in the nature of language is, it varies, it changes. No language has ever been static over time, over space, over social strata, right? 3 clear dimensions of change in language that we know of. I said over time, all languages change. If you listen to the English of 10th century, you can't understand a word, right? They call it English. It doesn't mean it's the same language. So over time, every language changes. Over space, right? Every language changes in regions. And over social strata too. Once you have different social strata, variations begin in all that. And then what happens? Sounds start changing, structural arrangements start changing, and what we call rule ordering happens over generation of generation. Each generation sort of reorganizes it. And every language, everybody is involved in some sense in change of language, because he's a user of the language. Use of language involves changing the language in some sense. So it all happens that we have brought about the diversity. Diversity is our creation in some sense over time. From common sources, we have multiplied and all that. Because this is important to remember, because today we talk of loss of diversity, but what about the gain of diversity, which we had? We started with something very minimal, and over time we created diversity of pools of languages, right? And all that. And under those labels, if you go, Let me take an example of Tangkhul. It's a non-scheduled language. There are 100-odd villages that speak Tangkhul. Adjacent villages cannot understand each other. They have so many different words. And I think this is extremely important to remember, because when we talk of genetically related languages, we typically talk of words that are tatsam, which are the same, or tadbhav, which have sort of deviated from each other through predictable cognate patterns, and deshaj words, right? Those deshaj words are extremely important, which have been generated there and then. They are the identity markers, right? Others sort of tell you the relationship between them. But the coming into being of the specific lexical items, lexical things, those are extremely important. And that only a good, high quality documentation work can sort of reveal to us and do that. So we who value linguistic diversity, as a first step to our understanding of, we need to be involved in documenting the nature of diversity that is there, inquire into the process of how this diversification is beginning, how much of it is systematic correspondence and goes back into genetic relationships between the languages, how much of it is original innovation happening at different points of time, understand what is happening to the nature of linguistic diversity. Only then you can think of safeguarding it. First come to the grips with the phenomena of that is. Now that is one idea of spoken languages belonging to different families and all that. I don't have that much time, so I cannot give you lectures. I can give a 1,000-hour discourse on the same thing, but I'm going to come to half an hour, right? So that is one nature of our linguistic heritage, is that we have many languages belonging to different families and all that. And an interesting connection between those language families. One is that Brahmi script, a common script, one script diversified itself. You know, and all the scripts that you see of a Devanagari or a Bangla or a Tamil or a Kannada or a Telugu or an Odia, they all go back to an original common source. So value that. Often enough in linguistics, we have not given enough importance to the study of written languages or the change of script. We have concentrated on language change, and we talk about sound change, grammatical change, and all those things. But have you ever thought about what happens to the nature of script changes? We haven't done enough, but that's a part of our heritage. So try and safeguard and also inquire into the nature of diversification there also. Before you talk about diversity, look into it as a process. How did it happen? And you'll come across some very interesting things, some simple things like sometimes it was not easy to write on that palm script vertical lines because the stylus used to write, it used to crack up. So they had to bend the stylus and write curves, and the script started curving. And once one element changes, another in contrast to it starts changing, because it says relationship between forms of things. So once a straight line gives way to a curve, something else has to change in its place or something. So there's whole arrangements geometric arrangements start changing. So the nature of script change is a valid inquiry. We need to read, and interestingly, we have lots of records. Almost so much of documentation is available through our epigraphy, through our palm leaf manuscripts, and through earlier things. We can almost trace back to this thing, and people don't know. For example, the other day I met in Pune somebody who's a Tulu speaker. He did not know that Tulu had an independent script of its own at a time. He did not know. Which they had, right? He doesn't know about his own heritage. He belongs, I'm a mother tongue speaker of Tulu, but he doesn't know that they had a script of their own for a long time. They have not seen it till date. So that is, so you inquire, we have to educate each other about who we are, what is our standing, what is our nurture. So script is another source of our heritage. Third, of course, is the vast amount of great literature in so many languages that we produced over centuries and centuries. Some of the best literature, I mean, not only in Sanskrit and Prakrit and all the modern Indian languages subsequently, we have so much of wonderful literature. So that's a huge treasure house, the literature that we have, because that is where the stories will be told, the values will be brought into action, characters will be framed, and all those things. Take something like Ramayana, right? No, do you know, people say, Mr. Valmiki wrote the Ramayana. But when Valmiki writes the Ramayana, he tells you, I'm not writing the Ramayana. I have been told this story. It's already in folklore. The story of Ramayana is before Valmiki starts writing the story. It's already with the people. They're talking about this Rama and Anna. And when he's told this story and he thinks that you are the best one to write it, he says, I'm not going to write. And then one day, in a jungle, he finds two mating birds, and a hunter comes and shoots the female bird. And the male bird cries out. And that cries out of separation. That is what made him move. But Rama must have felt like that in losing Sita. The sense of separation. And then Valmiki starts writing the Ramayana. Valmiki did not create the characters. Characters obtained before writing in the folk literature. So remember, not only writing our folk literature, so much of narratives, that is also part of the heritage. So explore different dimensions from literatures of both folk and narratives and all that. And last, not the least, the most important is the knowledge systems about language. Right? I was telling Sharma and I've heard you all before, that the entire study of language in this country began on scientific grounds. Linguistics as a scientific study of language began here, right? On this soils, in India, right? And why did it begin? Because they realized spoken language is vulnerable. Every language is endangered language. Not that now, then this is now something else going on. Fund seeking or whatever it is going on, then you endangered languages. Or pointing out at different things that are happening. Every language was presumed to be endangered till it was well documented, till it was well described, till the knowledge of the language was made culturally transmitted or available to others to talk about language. Because you had to learn to talk about language, to codify language itself. Language is a code, but you have to learn to make it explicit, that account of the knowledge of the language. So, Shiksha, the study of phonetics began. Nirukta, the study of etymology and dictionary making began here. The study of grammar, the crowning glory of Panini's Ashtadhyayi comes up. Before that, there are so many grammarians, right? It's a continuity of, it's a culmination in some sense, Panini, of the excellence that we had in grammatical tradition, right? And then we had Chandas was meters, right? Maya sakta manaha pata yogi yunjan madashraya asanshayam asamagrama yatha gyasyati tachruna. Something like that in Gita, when you have your certain matrix and a certain pattern of rendering a thing. Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschid yittati saddhaye yatatam api siddhana kaschid mam veti tatpatah. Something like that. Everything has a pattern to it. So they said, okay, so many syllables, so such a heavy syllable, such this thing. How is the feet being created? All that we will take. So they scientifically codified that also into chandas. So the inquiry into the nature of language became objective, scientific, and we started talking about phonetics, dictionary making, grammar writing, and doing all the roles of prosody and all that. So the entire science of linguistics, and all of it is available in our languages, right? Many people were so impressed with the Sanskrit tradition that the Prakrit, they came up with the grammar. Much of it is like Paninian grammar, but it has special rules to talk about the changes that Prakrit has undergone. And all that. And others also, in Kannada and Telugu, there was a continuity and a together. And last part of the heritage, which this institute has been emphasizing about India being a linguistic area, that in spite of living as different language families, we have interacted, contacted each other, and grown together and become like each other. And the study of aerial linguistics also began here, right? In some sense. In many ways, even social linguistics, when Gampars and all came and talked about it, that also began here. Historical linguistics, when William Jones comes and makes a statement about that the relationship between Sanskrit, Greek and Latin is not by chance. So all those fields of language, historical linguistics, social linguistics, aerial linguistics, everything began here. And rightly so, right? So this was the home, my friends, where all that. And now, how much of us are really inquiring into the nature of language and doing work with that? And why do we now come down? So I'm saying, when we're talking about multilingual education, One of the components of it is, for every student of the class, every must know something about the heritage of my country. Everybody should have write-ups in his social science textbooks about who we are in terms of our linguistic makeup, our geography, the spread of languages, something about the features of different languages and things like that. And children will have an exposure to the different families, the nature of it, all that, the relationship with that. This is something that can get into meeting. And simultaneously about the teaching of mother tongues and all that. Now, I am becoming very more and more of time. I will now switch into something else. I have a paper called Design Thinking for Multilingual Education. It got published a year and a half back in the language and language teaching. So I'll share that with you on that. I will not take it here. But what I'll do is I'll read something on the mother tongue part because that's what is there. So I think, let me turn to this UNESCO thing on multilingual education. And I'll make 2 or 3 points because we have a workshop coming on multilingual education. Hopefully you'll do it too. We have been making a commitment. I will expound some of the views there. I'll say something on, the 1953 definition of UNESCO document on mother tongue has the following paragraph. And I'll look at it, I'll share it with you, which you should know, and then I'll say something on it. It says, it is axiomatic that the best medium of teaching a language is the mother tongue. Psychologically, it's the system of meaningful science that in his mind works automatically for expression and understanding. Sociologically, it's a means of identification among the members of the community to which he belongs. Educationally, he learns more quickly through them than through an unfamiliar medium. So, this is the case. Now, I'm telling you, no linguist on earth will ever make a case against mother tongue. So you don't have to say, I believe. Everybody believes. It's not your point of view, friends. Everybody will agree that mother tongue, given that it is it. But what's the nature of mother tongue? I'll inquire into it. I'll take myself as a brief case study and tell you that I don't think I have a language as my mother tongue. What does that mean to me? I was born in a multilingual family. I was born in a family where Hindi and Punjabi were spoken. And my father was an MA in English literature. My mother was highly educated. Even those days she had a first class in her BA. And so she knew her English too. So English was also available at home in small doses and in some thing. But I was born. Now there were interesting communication patterns. My mother and father always spoke in Punjabi with each other. To the children, they sometimes gave Punjabi, sometimes Hindi, sometimes even in English. My father especially, when he was involved in it. We siblings talked more in Hindi and almost never in Punjabi. So there were some communication patterns between them. Now look at the literacy patterns. My father belongs to the area of Gujranwala, which is in Pakistan now. From where Rishi Sunak's father also comes, right? Gujranwala is in Pakistan. But look at my tragedy, I cannot visit my fatherland. You have been partitioned in the name of religion and told that we are a separate country and you are a separate country. So we have been torn apart in that, and that's now Pakistan and all. But my father was there, so he spoke his Punjabi of that region, and he learnt Urdu in all schools. Everybody learnt only Urdu those days, among the men. The women learnt Gurmukhi and Devanagari, not the men. So everybody in that area among the men knew Urdu. My grandfather, my father's father, was the editor of a Persian newspaper. Along with being a teacher of mathematics and Urdu, he taught that also. So I'm just saying, it was such a family with so many different language patterns and all that. So I remember my first utterance as being Punjabi, by the way. I remember my first utterances at the age of 2.5, I'm doing, and I remember some things I'm talking in Punjabi. I was born in Delhi, in Karol Bagh, and so in the refugee colonies and all that. When I woke up, I have spoken Punjabi. But very soon, living in army cantonment areas, where Hindi and English is the lingua franca all around, Hindi became as much a part of my repertoire. And today, if you force me to say that Hindi is not my mother tongue, I'll say it reluctantly. I may end up owning Punjabi even before I own Hindi, but I do think that Hindi is as much my mother tongue as Punjabi is. And English came very easily at home. In fact, I picked up my literacy in English before I picked up literacy in my mother tongue. I'm not a great... It is CIIL where I learned how to write my mother tongue. At the age of 22, when I came here, I was given a job to write Apni Boli series for Punjabi. I had not written a word in Gurmukhi before that. I taught myself here, learned it, and then I began to write my mother tongue. And thank God. Today, I am the only son in my family who reads Gurbani every morning, and because I have a Granth Sahib at home. My mother used to have a Granth Sahib at home, and she used to read every morning. She wouldn't touch her food without eating that. So she knew Gurbani, and she read and write. I am the only child in the family who reads and writes. And so every morning I end up listening to it. So my linguistic diet consumes. I had to take morning Gurbani. And Gurbani is not one language. Ved kateb iftara nai dil da fikr na jai. Allah pakam pak hai shak karo je dusar hoi. This is Kabir. You'll say, he's talking about Allah in Hindu textbook. Kabir says, naam hai Hindu, naam hai Musalman. The Sikh religion, the learning in that religion is, there's nothing called Hindu, nothing called Muslim. You are not separate. Exactly what Shankaracharya says, Jati, Niti, Kul, Gotra, Durgam. Everything. I'm not my Jati, Niti, Kul and all that. So the idea that unconditioned purity of self, so the inquiry into the nature of mother tongue is an inquiry into the nature of your makeup. And those of us who advocate multilingual education, they must learn that we bring a verbal repertoire to schools, not a language. So the verbal repertoire that we bring to the school is to be utilized for building upon the other things and all that. Okay. So now I know I've overstepped my time, so I will have to shut. I would advise, and if you wish to, you kindly read my paper on design thinking for multilingual education. I'm just building the point that the children bring more than one language with them. And lastly, in a school, this is my ideological point, I don't believe any monolingual medium school can cater to the needs of a multilingual society. Whether it's mother tongue medium or English medium. Pure English medium school will not cater to the needs of a thing. A pure Kannada medium school will not cater to the needs of my society. I need 2 or more languages to be used as medium in the school simultaneously, if not more. And the idea that the distinction between language and subject is dubious. There's nothing called language. The nature of language is communication. It is already and forever a medium of communication. You cannot say, I'm treating it as a subject. That's a completely dubious, stands no reasoning if you inquire into the nature of what a subject is. Language in its very nature is a medium of communication. So the idea that I'm teaching a language as a subject is totally dubious. It has no cognitive, theoretical value for me. Secondly, the distinction between language and subject is also borderline. Every subject is being anchored in and through language. Whether you're teaching physics or chemistry or maths, you're using ordinary language and then building your terminology. You're trying to see a cognitive world through that subject, but the language is an intrinsic component of all meaning making. So every teacher, as Bola Committee said in England, every teacher is a language teacher. Every teacher in this country is also a language teacher. He may be a teacher of mathematics. And I can sit down, if I had time, I would have taught you something in maths, on trigonometry perhaps or something else, and I would have told you how exactly language is an intrinsic component. You cannot learn it without knowing it all that. But we have discussed it all. So finally I'm saying, for a country that values multilingualism, that wants to promote multilingualism, you must design your thinking differently and develop models of education which will be multilingual, where multilingualism will be a resource, it will be a goal too, and it will be a strategy too. At all levels. It is your resource, it is your strategy, it is your goal too. And you will have, I will make my bilingual such that they will be able to speak language in their purity also. Pure English, pure Kannada or pure Hindi as output. Those are output conditions at one time. But I can use mixed codes to get there. I can use cross-languaging to get there. I can use a number of ways to reach my goals. but I will deliver. So I will make sure that the children are understanding what the teacher is saying, and the teacher is understanding what the students are saying. That must be the fundamental, that there is mutual understanding between. Okay? Thank you so much. We don't have the time, otherwise we could have done it. Just a last line. I think Dr. Patnaik was the founding father of this institute, you know. He stood as a champion for mother tongue education. So today is also a day to rededicate to because CIIL has always stood for mother tongue education, right from our founding father. So I want to remember our founding father, Dr. Patnaik and Dr. Annamalai and everybody who have contributed to the growth of our thinking in this institute. All right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your scholastic insights with us and reminding us those students who sacrificed their lives for their mother tongue. Ladies and gentlemen, I now welcome Professor Ram Murthy, Professor of Linguistics, Central University of Kerala, and former head Linguistic Data Consortium for Indian Languages, Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysuru. A luminary in linguistics, his extensive career includes key positions at prestigious institutions, from his recent role at Central University Kerala to impactful tenure at CIIL, Bharatiyar University, Tamil University, and Pondicherry University of Linguistics and Culture. Professor Ram Murthy has been a driving force in advancing language education and research. In addition to having several dozens of publications in the form of books, research and policy papers, and corporate development for Indian languages and so on. He has led and built various projects and schemes for the Government of India for the protection, promotion and development of Indian languages. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Ram Murthy sir. Sir, over to you.
Namaskara, CIIL, Vanakkam, and good afternoon. So before, I have PowerPoint to, make the time in a meaningful way. I should thank Professor Sharma ji and Professor Rajesh Sachdev sir, Mohanji and Pankaj and my CIIL friends. I really feel proud to stand before you. I think, I am speaking to the family members. CIIL was my family, and now I think I am again reunited with the family members. And this, the topic of this day is conceptualization of language and linguistic pride. This is something, you can approach language in two ways. One is you can approach language in a scientific way, like, analyzing phoneme, morpheme, and how to develop materials, teaching materials, and how to promote a language for specific purposes. This is one aspect. But the other aspect is approaching language in an emotional way. In an emotional way is the first and fundamental need for this day. So those people who have sacrificed their life for the sake of language is out of emotion. And emotion comes only if you have pride on your language. So that's why I have taken this conceptualization of language and linguistic pride. If you have linguistic pride in your language, then automatically everything follows. So now I should thank Sharma ji and also Rajesh Sachdeva for giving a very good foundation for my talk. They have given what is cognitive benefits of language and also how to approach language emotionally, and the things happened some 25 years back, 1952. So this is the International Mother Language Day, gives us, reminds us linguistic rights. So if you are, if you want to know if there is any kind of, discrimination, then you have rights to protest. So protesting any discrimination needs courage. That courage will be automatically come once you have pride in your language. So identity and pride. Then linguistic diversity and multilingualism. These are all, we cannot just approach this day like a day to celebrate, but we have to, we have to think what is the thing in the day. So linguistic cultural heritage and cognitive benefits. I need not go through all these points because Professor Sharma ji has given very good thing. And linguistic pride, there's a very, very hairline difference between linguistic pride and linguistic chauvinism. If you say everything is in my language and my language is the only language for expressing everything, that is linguistic chauvinism. If you say my language also has everything like other language, that's called linguistic pride. So we wanted to develop linguistic pride, not linguistic chauvinism. So that is the need of the hour. So then again, linguistic pride comes out of cultural identity. So every community feels pride about their language. Forget about their language. They may not know about language, but they feel proud about their behavior, their food system, or their cultural background. And if they have some kind of a system in their language, every language is a kind of indigenous knowledge system, we say. Every language has that. And community belonging, this also, a pride will bond you with the language. Then, and speaking and promoting your language helps it unique tradition. So this is what I wanted to emphasize. Every language has unique tradition. And literature is the fundamental thing to instigate the linguistic pride. And you all know what is the pride of Indian languages. Indian pride, we can say we are all multilingual. Multilingualism is the pride of India. So we all should be, should feel proud that we are part of, the globe where our morning somebody was pointing out, even though Africa is a rich multilingual country, it's not, it's entirely different from ours. Ours is multilingualism. Then there are varieties of language, like starting from classical language to indigenous languages. Classical language and indigenous languages are two polar things. One is, classical language comes, you all know that linguist, every status in the language is based on the politics. But classical language, which is declared as a classical language, means it has rich literary heritage. So if your language has a literary heritage, again, literary heritage means encoded, coded literary heritage is one, and oral literary heritage is one. So in my sense, in my point of view, every language is classical. We have not explored that one. We just have Sanskrit, Tamil and Kannada, all these languages. Some 11 languages are declared as classical languages because they have encoded history. But apart from that, unexplored things are there in the languages. And very important thing is, as Professor Sachdeva pointed out, we are the country, we exported in the ancient days not only pepper and peacock, we have exported this one. What is that? Peace and harmony. Peace and harmony, some 2000 years back, we exported in the name, in the sense of Buddhism and also Hinduism. And again, we are the country, we exported the linguistic knowledge. As he pointed out, we are very proud, exporters of linguistic knowledge. This is accepted by Westerners. You all know that Bloomfield stated that Sanskrit is the fundamental, human monumental, intellectual, okay? Monument of human intelligence. So such, we all consider that whatever Western people said, that is the Veda. But we have forgotten our own tradition, our own history. And you all know, you might have known, the father of 20th century linguistics, Ferdinand de Saussure, he has taken Sanskrit 5th case as his PhD theme. And linguists, you all know that the zero morpheme, the concept of zero morpheme was taken from Indian tradition. These are all our pride. So we have exported the linguistic knowledge to the world. So we should feel proud this one. And there are two traditions, whether you accept it or not. Two traditions, one is Vedic tradition, the other one is Sangam tradition. So these two traditions, they have very, very fundamental underlying conceptual similarities are there. So they are not, opposing poles. So Vedic tradition has, taken even Ashtadhyayi. It starts from sounds to word, then to word, to meaning. But the Tolkappiyam, the Sangam tradition, starts with the word and come down to sound. So the approaches are different, but the fundamental things are same. And integration and coexistence, that is very, very important. So Kannada people, there are poets, thousands of poets. They have said, wherever you are, whatever you are, be a Kannadiga. So that kind of pride was instigated among Kannada people. And Tamil, you need not tell, sacrificing one's language, for one's life for the sake of language, you can never find anywhere in the world. So for Tamilians, after this Bengali shootout, Tamilians sacrificed self-immolation against the imposition. So just remember, linguistic chauvinism is different and linguistic pride is different. So whenever there is an imposition, there automatically comes chauvinism. If you treat every language as equal and everybody in a similar way, then linguistic pride will come. So every language has, linguistic speakers should have a pride. And what is, pride of languages? As I said, Sanskrit, you all know, is the mother of Indo-Aryan languages and the storehouse of knowledge system. So all in ancient knowledge systems are stored in languages. And Tamilians, why I am talking, these two, I will come to the tribal languages also. Tamilians take immense pride in their ancestors' classical languages. And as I said, for the sake of language, sacrificing one's life for the sake of language is something, a pride. And similar things, not only language, Pongal festival. Pongal festival, even though they don't, understand it's celebrated for language, but it is celebrated for the culture. Like significant even in Tamil and Kannada Rajyotsava. Next to Tamil, Kannada people are celebrating Rajyotsava to appreciate their language and other things. And also Kannada poets, as I told you, inculcate a sense of pride about language. And Ganesh Chaturthi, Shiva Jayanti, Onam, Bihu, these are all, not just a festival, these are all cultural events to unite people. And whenever I say culture, it is encoded in the language. That you should not forget. So language, if you see language as a mere instrument of communication, then we are miserably failed. It's not, language it's a tool for communication. That's what, that's the Western thinking. But our ancient thinking is language is something different, something more than that. So language is something more than a tool. The tool approach of language in a way that it's a tool is a purely Western thinking. We have to decolonize our mind. So it's not, a tool for communication, but it's a tool for emotions, a tool for expressing our bondedness, a tool for, to expressing our storehouse of our knowledge system. And so this, as I told you, the linguistic pride manifests in diverse way. All these, festivals, education, media and entertainment, literature and arts, political and social movements. Social movement, a movement initiated by Bengalis, was, the reflection of linguistic pride. Then, I need not tell, if you have a pride in your mother tongue, automatically language, teaching language in their mother tongue Professor Sachideva was telling, the academic or UNESCO explanation. To all of us, I have written a book on linguistic loyalty, where I consider what is your mother tongue is just the language in which you dream, the language in which you plan, self-planning, the language in which you count your numbers. That's your mother tongue. So if you dream your language, just close your eyes and recall in which language you dreamt. It must be your mother tongue. So the language, mother tongue is something different, more than that. Then now, so far we have talked so many things, but the challenges. This is the globalized area, globalized era, and there are challenges are more. How we are going to preserve and promote mother tongues? One is globalization. So dominant languages like English and Spanish, that takes over all the Indian languages, not only Indian languages, the entire world languages. Then second thing is urbanization. Urbanization, constructing smart cities, they just destroy the diversity and media influence. This is very, very important. So media brings about a kind of cultural unification. We all know, maybe all youngsters, you are all fond of watching Korean movies, Korean cuisine. What happened to our cuisine? So that's what, media, this is all because of media influence and youth preference. Because of their use of dominant language, they consider it's for economic benefit and social mobility. Let me show this 2011 census. Just tell me when time is up. So just see, we are talking about mother tongue. This 2011 census, where 41 languages are subsumed under Hindi. And the another funny thing is, all languages, not only one Hindi alone, but every language are under, so many dialects are included in this one. So if we bring some dialects or other varieties under one umbrella term, just think of the fate of other languages. Now Rajasthani, Bhojpuri, all these, there is no media. If at all media is there, then it will be in Hindi. Like Tamil also. Tamil, Yerkala and other languages, Irla, so they have no exposure to media or to expose their language richness. And the funniest thing is, the entire India is the global first in population growth. And the trend is from 2010 onwards, the population is decreasing, the percentage wise. But if you see our census from 1981 to 2001, all languages shows the trend of decreasing, but Hindi shows a kind of increasing. That's what 43.83 and 338, something you just see highlighted. So what does it show? So the trend is, when the entire world is, the population is decreasing, Hindi is increasing. That means we are just merging so many mother tongues under Hindi. Then when we merge such things, then comes the linguistic rights. So we have legal rights to use and protect our own mother tongues. These are all very, very crucial factors for integrating this. And what is the conceptualization of language? That's again I want to tell. Language is not a mere tool of communication. This you should remember. As a trained Western linguist, we are thinking that language is a mere communication. It's a symbol of identity and emotional integration. So if you have emotional attachment with language, then you can protect or promote anything. And it's an expression of modernity. Modernity also is to be one parameter for our language. And constant modernization is there. It's a tool for economic prosperity. These are all the fundamental things. And future of languages. This is again very, very serious thing. When I say construction of smart cities, the trend shows that globally India is losing forest. totally, there are so many, 2015 to 2021, some 668 hectares were destroyed. And language is closely related to environment. So you just observe Northeast, there are so many languages. The reason is the environment is very rich. So like that, Zambia. So this is also happening. So when we started deforestation, that's also going on. This is the data for deforestation, how much it is going on. Again, see, globally we are second in deforestation, and for population-wise we are first. But at the same time, we are also proud of having multilingualism, so many languages. Then this is urbanization data, 2013 to 2023, urbanization is constantly increasing. So this is, deforestation. I need not tell, the relation between deforestation and this language development. And now these 21st century skills, we all know LSR, listening, speaking, all these are all fundamental skills. Then we have some higher order skills like Bloom's taxonomy and Anderson's taxonomy. The 21st century skills are digital skills, green skills, and metacognitive skills. So this is what we expect from our children. And this one, and so far we have talked about the classical languages and also the major literary languages. But what happens? What is the conceptualization of language about tribals? So we all know that Vasudeva Kudumbakam is a Sanskrit, Vedic tradition. We consider all people are our family members. Same, the sentiment is expressed in Tamil also. Yadum Ure Yavarum Kelir. So all are our kith and kins. 5 minutes. Okay. Then that's the same thing. And when you see the conceptualization of tribal community, they say world is not only for me, it's for our entire creature. If you see this tribal behavior, they don't cut trees, they collect woods. They don't cut trees, collect woods. And they don't take fruits from whatever the excess they need. They take whatever they want. And when you see the timing of elephants, or when elephant comes into the settlement area, they say mantras. They are telling, we believe that they are mantras. They are telling, oh elephant, you are like us, and we are also, we have to live in this jungle. We are all together, we have to live together. So just go away. This is the mantra, meaning of mantra. So they consider, this kind of, world conceptualization. And we think, they are all illiterate. And I know, if I ask you, we are all environmentally illiterate. We don't know how many plants are here. We know all plants, greens are there. We don't know the names. But tribals knows each and every name. So we are environmentally illiterate. So environment degradation, actually language degradation coexist. And numbers and measurements. I'll tell you one instant. In Tamil, between 1 to 0, there are 15 numbers. 15 numbers existed in earlier Tamil, but now there's no thing. And above crores, there are 15 numbers counting. We lost that. Why? Because of English education. English education, I am not blaming English education. Yeah, kind of, you are seeing the world using a glass. You cannot see your own thing. And this is a kind of restricted thing. So we have forgotten our own number system, our own categorization of things, other things. So then creativity, literature is the best storehouse for our linguistic pride. If you have quiet, Sangam literature, all literatures were talking about the nature of nature and also the human emotions. But here, if I want to write a poem, in sitting in Bangalore, I can see only concrete jungles. What kind of imagination I will get? So that's why I told you, language is not mere a tool of communication, but it is more than that. So then, fostering linguistic pride among tribal, what should we do for instigating or inculcating pride? So these are all the points. I will not take much time. And this also, how earlier grammars consider linguistic study. We study language in isolation, but ancient people study language as an integrated whole. As Professor Sachdeva pointed out, it's a kind of multidisciplinary perspective. Those who specialized grammar were considered as the highest order of people, and people, purifier of purify. And this, the study of, languages, for what purpose? Earlier grammars were there, I mentioned all the grammars, but it was purely for construction of kavyas, poems. But nowadays, the purpose of language is something different. This is what I told you, conceptualization of language in Tolkappiyam and conceptualization of language in Ashtadevi, both are all same thing. And ancient people did not discriminate. Tolkappiyam knows about Sanskrit. He said, adopt those words and convert it into Tamil. And that kind of, adaptability, adjustability, tolerance should be there. That tolerance was there in our ancient system. But nowadays we lost this. The similarities I already talking about. The major thing is they have, the language, they take utterance as the fundamental thing. Here what we differ from the modern system or Western system and our ancient system. Ancient system considers utterance as the basic unit, but now we consider sentence as the upper limit and sound is the basic level unit. But there's not that will not help our language studies. We have to see utterance. Utterance is how language used in the context. Even a single word mean lot of things. So meaning, how to negotiate meaning is the thing. So what are the lessons we learn first? So modern linguistics is inadequate. So we have to take cues from our ancient system and integrate into the modern linguistics. Our syllabus in linguistics is deal with only up to syntax. So beyond syntax we have to go. Then only we can have a kind of negotiate meaning in the context. Inclusivity is again another thing. Incorporate IKS, ethnic knowledge with modernity. Languages should be considered as the vehicle of modernity. So far we have concentrated on diversity. This is the time to focus on convergence and commonness. And this is the time to celebrate diversity and think of uniqueness and commonness to foster pride. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful presentation on conceptualization of language and linguistic pride and different dimension of mother tongue. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come towards sorry for the technical glitch. We have come towards the end of the day with the valedictory session. For this session, we have with us our distinguished guest in His Excellency Shri Akhilesh Mishra, IFS Ambassador of India, Dublin, Ireland. In His Excellency Ambassador Shri Akhilesh Mishra arrived in Dublin on 6th October 2021. He is a career diplomat belonging to the Indian Foreign Service with 3 decades of experience in the entire gamut of Indian diplomacy, covering political, security and geostrategic affairs. He plays an active role in developing India's partnership with other countries in diverse spheres such as investment and technology issues, education, research and innovation, economic, commercial, as well as cultural and power engagements. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request everyone to please stand as we welcome Ambassador in His Excellency Shri Akhilesh Mishra to deliver his valedictory address. Over to you, sir.
नमस्कार
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ನಿಮಗೆ. Very warm greetings to you all from Dublin, Ireland. At outset, I must thank Professor Shailendra Mohanji, Director of CIIL, and my friend Dr. Pankaj Dwivedi ji for inviting me, and also my sincere gratitude to the wonderful presentation by Rajesh Sachdeva ji and Professor L. Ramamurthy ji. I listened to Professor Ramamurthy ji with great interest. In fact, I intend to build on the main, like one key message that he gave, that language is not just a medium of communication. So I wish to focus more on this aspect of languages. Friends, in Valmiki Ramayana, there is a very significant and very inspiring couplet where Sri Ramchandra says after the war was over, Api Swarnamai Lanka Name Lakshmana Rochate Janani Janma Bhumishcha Swarga Adapi Gariyasi. Because Swarga Prapti is also a temporary phase. You spend time there and then you fall down. Janani and Janmabhoomi, these two relationships are permanent. You can't change. Like in today's globalized world, you can travel to other country, you can make other country as your karma bhumi, you can get another passport, another nationality, but you cannot change your mother. You cannot change your Janmabhoomi. In the same way, the mother language can also be never replicated or changed. You may learn many languages. In fact, I myself was fortunate to stay in many countries and learn many languages like Spanish or Italian or Japanese, Persian or Arabic. So I know a bit of many languages, but there is no substitute for my mother tongue. I really place mother language also in the same level of love and reverence and respect as mother and motherland. Friends, particularly for a country like Bharat, the issue of language is not just significant at the individual level, like how I treat my mother and how I treat my motherland, but it is of fundamental value at the collective national civilizational level. How we are seen, how our identity has been evolved. Again, as a foreign service officer, I have worked in many continents, and I see India from the point of view of foreigners. And just think, how is India today perceived by foreigners outside? First is that it's very ancient civilization, not just in terms of antiquity, but continuity in change. How has that happened? Unbroken tradition of several thousand years, unlike many other ancient civilizations. Second aspect is that it's a very big population, largest democracy, but not just the numbers. It's also incredible diversity, and not even the diversity per se, but how the people of India have harmoniously accommodated this incredible mind-boggling plurality at multiple levels. So that is what strikes people outside. Third is that we are seen increasingly as very smart people. People like that there is a growing perception that Indians are very good in IT, they are very good in science and technology and mathematics, and they have an ease of dealing with complexity. Indians are not obsessed with either or black and white kind of situations. The role of language in nurturing our cultural, civilizational ethos and our mindset and unifying our most diverse people and giving our country a unique, very distinct profile and prestige in the world. Friends, unlike the previous speakers, I'm not a linguist, not a scholar, so I wish to share my very limited knowledge and very personal thoughts on the role of Sanskrit, which is one of the most ancient languages, but also it does not belong to any particular region, but has impacted and influenced almost whole of India and also many other parts of the world. So I'm just, for sake of example, I'm choosing Sanskrit to show how language, as Professor Ramamurthy also mentioned, is question of identity. Language defines you. So that aspect I wish to elaborate based on my very limited understanding and study. First of all, the structure of Sanskrit language itself. The arrangement of alphabets, the word Vyavastha is so fascinating that vowels and consonants are separately arranged, and every letter is, every vowel is absolutely phonetic, is the way it is written, is pronounced exactly the way it is written, and there is no change any time. Like some other languages like Spanish or Italian, they are also quite phonetic, but they have some irregularities. Secondly, the placement of alphabets is amazing. They are very thoughtfully, very scientifically placed. Like so they are not arbitrarily arranged. In English and also many other European languages, you have similar, but like similar to English alphabets A, B, C, D, E, but there is no particular reason why the arrangement should be A, B, C, D, E, not A, B, D, E, C. In fact, in some other languages, we have similar pattern but with variation. Like in Greek, we have alpha, like A, beta, gamma, and delta. So the order is changed. In Urdu and Arabic and Simple Persian, we have alif, be, te, se. So there is no, there are some similarity with ABCD, but order is changed. So this is a very interesting feature of Sanskrit and also many other Indian languages. Also, I see that the seeds of Panini grammar, again Professor Ramamurthy referred to this, the seeds of the Paninian grammar and Sanskrit grammar is itself contained in the 14 Maheshwar Sutras. Also, friends, not just the alphabets and how they are arranged, but the language and the formation of thoughts through language is again very special with regard to India and Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the focus is not on external attributes or physical form of the object, but the name of the object is based on very detailed, minute assessment of the properties, or it is connected with actions. In Nirukta, they say akhya. So every word has some, every object has some property associated with, or some attribute, some action attributed with. So each object, each being has multiple properties, and also is capable of performing multiple activities. So, and also there is no property or no activity which is exclusively belonging to any particular person or thing or object. So there is an inherent plurality in our approach, our like thought mindset is inherently complex, interwoven, and pluralistic. In Nighantu, in Sanskrit, there is like listing of names of water, Jal. Jal has 101 terms. Prithvi, Earth has 21 names. Antariksha has 16 names. Go has 9 names. Krodh has 11 names, night has 23 names, Usha 16, maid, cloud 30, walk, speech has 57, horse has 26, there are 25 names for man, 15 words for ray, Rashmi, for gold there are 15 names. So there is a plurality that we are used to from the very beginning. Secondly, same word has multiple meanings, many meanings, like go. Go means guy and also it means Prithvi. So there is inherent aptitude in Indian mind that it is pluralistic, it does not believe in exclusivity, and it adopts always a harmonizing, non-conflictual approach, contrasting with the Western monolinear worldview. So the seed of our mindset, our worldview, it comes from how our language, particularly the Sanskrit, has evolved. Also, in other languages, there is no particular reason why this word is called, like this thing is called this, like earth, E-A-R-T-H. In English, this earth designates Prithvi. But there is no reason why this sound denotes Prithvi. In Sanskrit, there is a reason. Sanskrit is called Prithvi because the root word is Prath. Prath means vistar, expansive, vast. So Prithvi denotes the vastness of the land. It is also called Bhu because Bhavati. Things happen here. Things exist here. It's also called Bhumi from Utbhavati because plants grow on this. It's called Dhartri because it sustains us. In English also like cow, so there's no reason why it's just arbitrary tag attached to cow that this is a four-legged animal. In Sanskrit, the go is used for cow because of the root word kam means movement, going. So Prithvi is also called go. The ray of light, the knowledge, is also called go. Similarly, father. So a lot has been made about this similarity between Indo-Aryan languages, how father and mother and similar kind of words are existing in many European languages. But no other language explains why father means this, why mother means this. In Sanskrit, Pita is called so because there is a root pa. Pa means rakshan, to protect. Yes, Sarvan Pati so Pita. One who protects all is Pita. So it can be interpreted at the physical level as a human being. It can also be interpreted as the almighty protector of all of us. Similarly, mother. There are similar words in many languages, but no language explains why this should be so. In Sanskrit, the mata originates from yo mimite manayati sarvan jivan, sa mata. Someone who wishes happiness and progress for the offspring. So that is why when we say tumeva mata cha pita tumeva, like for a foreigner it is impossible to understand how the same person can be mata and also can be pita. And also if you replace mata and pita with father and mother in this for this sutra for worshipping, there will be a very disastrous consequence, and it will be like wouldn't make any sense. In Vedic Sanskrit, there is a saying that Trayo Artha Sarva Vedeshu. Every mantra can be interpreted at 3 levels: Adi Yajna, Bhautik, ritualistic, Adhityavic, relation to deities, and Adhyatmic, esoteric. परोक्ष क्रिया ही इव ही देवा प्रत्यक्ष द्विषा. So the language was expressed in such a manner that people who are very advanced intellectually, they get a different meaning compared to someone who is only interested in this superficial meaning. So each mantra can be explained either as meaning just craving for food and money and wealth and children, or it could be a very deep esoteric psychological meaning, symbolic, secret meaning, nirnaya vachansi. But friends, the most significant for India's like natural instinct to harmonize plurality lies again from this attribute of language, that while we have multiple meanings and multiple levels at which the same word, same mantra can be interpreted, there is this does not cause tension or confusion or conflict. Rather, it is an incentive to inculcate a holistic, inclusive, complex system of growth. And it encourages us to integrate Adhyatmic, which means individual perspective, Adhibhautik means social or racial perspective, Adhidyavic means cosmic or global perspective. For example, a Dev, like in English will be translated as God. So Dev has 3 different meanings at different levels. Like Deva Dyotanat Deva Chakshuradi Indriyani. So one meaning of Dev is our sense organs, like our chakshu, our eyes and ears. So that is the Adhyatmic level. The second level is Jnani and Vidwan. Vidwan so hi Deva. So at the social level, Dev means someone who is very knowledgeable, very wise. At the cosmic level, it means divine powers like Surya, Varuna, and Agni. So similarly, if you say Gam Ma Hinsi, so it can mean that don't kill a cow, but it can also mean that don't be violent with your speech or senses. And also don't be violent, don't cause violence against the Mother Earth. In following different approaches and different interpretations, I must say that there has never been any inclination to deny the other approach or reject the other's point of view, and which level, what meaning he or she adopts for the same thing. We accept all of them. And we recognize that all 3 are important for developing the society holistically. For the individual development and well-being, this Adhyatmic view is very relevant. For the societal and national progress and prosperity, that Adhyatmic interpretation takes precedence. For the natural, ecological, and cosmic harmony, the Adhyatmic aspect becomes preeminent, and that gives us a kind of underlying unity in our thought at different levels, at the individual level, at the societal level, at the global, natural, cosmic level. Similarly, I am fascinated by how India has dealt with the gender plurality. Sanskrit has 3 genders, and also sometimes the same object can have 3 different genders. Like Deva, the god, the Deva Pulling, Devi and Devata, they are Striling, Daivatam Napunsakling, Veda Pulling, Shruti Striling, and Jnanam Napunsak. Same like spouse, wife. We have 3 words, different genders. Dara is pulling, Vanita is striling, Galatram is neutral. So the gender is not a conflictual issue for us in terms of our philosophical thought. And again, as Professor Ramamurthy mentioned, the language, particularly the Sanskrit language, is not merely a medium, not merely an instrument, a vehicle of communication or sharing of thoughts, but they are very life breath, the pranavahini of Indian culture, Indian civilization and worldview. If it was only a question of communication, then I know I can speak to anyone in Spanish or Italian or Persian, I can convey. Even I don't need to know the language, because now we have artificial intelligence tools which simultaneously translate whatever I am saying in your language. So, limiting language to only the communicative part is again a very myopic and harmful approach. In Sanskrit, friends, there is a very profound philosophy behind how we see Vani, the speech, Bhasha, Shabd and Akshar. They have very, very deep, very profound philosophical, spiritual vision on which they are founded. And that concept, that deep underlying thought is not seen in any other language, at least the Western languages I know. Akshara and Shabd, they are not only meant for reading, writing or speaking, but they are object of meditation and contemplation. अवाक होकर ध्यान करने के विषय में. The Vedic rishis, in fact, did not read the mantras or listen to them in a divine revelation, but they directly experienced, saw the mantras. They are called seers with their special sadhana. Rishaya mantra dashtarah, seers of mantras, not writers or creators of mantras. Akshar is Akshaya, is Akshona, is timeless, it's immortal, and therefore it is also a symbol of Param Brahma. Aksharam Brahma, Vagvai Brahma. Vak reveals all knowledge, and therefore it is divine, and that is why it is subject of upasana. Vacham upasva iti. Also, friends, this vak or shabd is not just limited to the mouth or throat or the so-called speech organs, but they have origin somewhere else where our common senses cannot reach. The origin of vak is ashabdam, asparasham, arupam, avyayam, arasam, nityam, agantavachayat. Yet vacha anupyatitam yena vagam prutyate. The seed, the origin of vak is somewhere else, not here. And it is such that the speech cannot describe it, speech cannot grasp it. But the vocal cords and vocal organs get power to speak because of that entity. So our conception of walk, speech, transcends physical manifested form of sound. In fact, we believe in 4 levels of speech: para, Pashyanti, Madhyama and Vaikhari. Vaikhari is the last ultimate stage in which the audible sound is formed, and that is the means of normal communication, conversation. This externally manifested form of speech, Vaikhari, is naturally and inherently multifarious in appearance. Jihva ek stuti anek. But in the pre-Vaikhari phase, where the sound has not manifested in an audible, tangible form, there is incredible like unity among the external diversity of languages, which we experience at the audible level. There is unity, there is interconnectedness, there is like one single point from which all thoughts, all ideas, all shabdas, they emanate. Like Ratna Bhavivara, like a chariot wheel, from the hub, all these spokes come out. Friends, this meditative, contemplative, introverted vision, seeing things beneath and beyond the apparent superficial reality, is the very basis of our philosophical, spiritual, and civilizational values and ethos, our worldview, and our ability to unify in a very profound manner the incredible diversity at all different levels. For thousands of years, people in India have been traveling and having dialogue, learning from each other, selling commodities from Himalayas to southern seas, from east to west. But there was no linguistic hindrance in their movement, their interaction. In fact, before the arrival of the European colonizers, I'm not aware of any evidence of tension or conflict over language. Adi Shankaracharya, for example, he travels from Kerala to Kashmir and also almost traverses the whole of India and holds debate and discussion and dialogue in different parts of the country without any issue, and that shows that culturally, geographically, linguistically, India has thrived as a pluralistic society with mutual respect for each language, mutual affinity among all various linguistic groups. India's age-old linguistic harmony suffered because of the British divide and rule conspiracy and earlier imposition of own alien languages by foreign rulers, Muslims. So that caused kind of inferiority complex vis-a-vis Persian and Arabic and local Indian languages. Unfortunately, even after independence, we have not been able to get rid of this linguistic division and tension created by the British. Friends, today challenge before any Indian language is not from one another or imposition or promotion of one language over other. Under the new education policy, in fact, the government of India is very keen to promote all Indian languages and support them in every possible manner. But the threat that I see is, again, my language is not English. I'm a Hindi medium student all through, although I've studied engineering, but my education has been in Hindi medium schools. So I know that all of people like me, they have a very serious challenge that speakers of Indian vernacular languages, we all suffer a kind of sense of inferiority complex in front of the English medium educated, especially the urban educated elite. If someone has an Oxford degree, then automatically he pretends to be a genius. So this is the real challenge for speakers of Indian vernacular languages. Naturally, no one can be against English or any other foreign language. Our ethos, our value system is inherently inclusive and welcoming of fresh ideas. Ano bhadrah kratavo jantu vishwatah. We welcome noble thoughts, good ideas from all directions. But as Mahatma Gandhi said, we must we must not let our windows and doors blocked, stuffed out. But I want air, fresh air to come. But I refuse to be blown off my feet. So one must accept what is in tune with, what is compatible with our own natural aptitude, and something which does not harm or hurt our own roots, our linguistic, cultural, traditional value systems. So friends, the way forward, I see that institutions like CIIL can play a very important role. There is need for a serious nationwide brainstorming among linguistic experts and thought leaders, not political leaders, about how to promote mutual understanding, dialogue, and mutual enrichment among all in Bharatiya languages, all Indian languages. I see that Kashi Tamil Sangamam initiative in my hometown is a very good beginning. I wish that this multilingual communication and dialogue spreads and becomes really inclusive. I'm very happy to share with you that in our land we have a relatively small diaspora, there's about 100,000 people, but we have started celebrating our International Hindi Day or Hindi Day in not just for Hindi speakers, with the participation of diaspora here in Ireland. Our Hindi celebration involves speakers of, like last one was with participation of 18 linguistic groups. So we learn from all of them. Like that is the real privilege of work coming from a very diverse country. So it is very critical for me, as Professor Ramoti also mentioned, that the linguistic pride, the dignity of every single 1.4 billion Indian is important. Every Indian should feel pride and dignity of own mother tongue. And I think in this regard, again, I'm not a political person, I'm absolutely neutral, so don't take it otherwise, but I see the pride with which Honorable Prime Minister speaks Hindi, or he quotes Sanskrit or quotes Tirukural, Indian languages. I think that is an example. Indian languages, particularly the languages of Schedule 8, which are very well established, they do not face the problem of numbers. They are not on the threat of extinction. The key challenge is that how we use it with great pride, our own language. Second issue is, besides the standardized, urbanized languages, Schedule 8, which are in the Schedule 8, there are very many local regional dialects. They also need to be preserved and promoted, because it is those regional dialects or local languages, they connect us with the local soil. And 70% of India's population still lives in villages. And those villages are, as Mr. Ramoti mentioned, people living in both interior forests and tribals. So they are inheritors of our timeless wisdom and cultural richness. So by ignoring the wealth that they have inherited over generations, India will be much weaker. So once again, I'm very grateful to CIIL for hosting this very fascinating celebration of International Mother Language Day and giving me the opportunity. I really wish that I could have participated in person, because I have been to Karnataka and I know how sweet Kannada language is. Kannada is Kasturi. Once again, chala ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency Shri Akhilesh Mishra, for your thoughtful and inspiring speech. We are truly honored to have you with us today on this auspicious day. Thank you, sir.
We all respect the speech. He spoke very well, he was very articulate, very clear, and he's very well read.
Yeah. Sir, I am Sharma, Director CIIL Mysuru. Sir, I thank you very much for your insightful and well-organized thoughts, sir. And it's a pleasure listening to you, and I hope that one day you will be here at the Central Institute of Indian Languages giving us the live talk, sir. So thank you very much, and it was well-organized and very insightful, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sharon Mohan speaking.
We have now come to the end of the session. I would like to request Dr. Sujoy Sarkar to give the vote of thanks.
He spoke so well.
Thank you, Gami. Thank you, Gami. Namaskar. So we are end of the academic session on the occasion of Silver Jubilee of International Mother Language Day. See, this vote of thanks, I always feel it's a difficult task, because whose name is you are going to mention and whose name you are going to leave, you don't know, and ultimately you forget some name. So let me try to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. First of all, I want to thank Padma Bhushan Professor Kapil Kapoor sir for joining with us. Professor R.C. Sharma sir, thank you so much for traveling here from New Delhi, and it's always nice to listen to you, sir. Thank you. Definitely our I'll say close and probably our guardian, local guardian, Professor Rajesh Sachdeva, our former director. Thank you, sir, for joining. Ramamurthy sir, thank you for joining with us. And see, every year we organize this International Mother Language Day, but this year, one way it's Silver Jubilee, and another landmark is that Dr. Pankaj Diviji's initiative to have the MO with Karnataka Police Academy. So I also want to thank Chennabasavanna S.L. IPS sir, Talwar sir for joining with us, and my colleagues from CIIL, and the esteemed scholars who have joined us for this academic session, all the academic and non-academic staff of CIIL, and some of the staff. I know, some of the staff, they have worked till 11:30 yesterday in this hall. This is the very first day after the renovation work. Yeah, I'll come to that. No, they have not completed on time. Okay. So the technical team, thanks to the technical team. Thank you so much for arranging all these things within very short time. And they have put a lot of energy. And here I want to thank Dr. Narayan Chaudhary. Where is he? Okay, he did some important purchasing within very short time, I think 2 days, and some of the thing you are seeing here is possible because of his effort. Thank you so much, Dr. Narayan. And not CPWD staff in CIIL, they have assisted a lot. Huh? Oh, Narayan, I think.
I'm managing from behind. So
Oh,
don't think I'm not the
Sorry. So some of the CPWD staff, they did a lot of hard work. Even last night they were here to arranging all the things. I'm not naming everyone, but thank you so much, Olok and team, for helping us. And media fraternity, they have been always, supportive to our programs. Thank you for joining with us. And Gami and Chetan, definitely, thank you for anchoring this program. And Pankaj ji, the coordinator of the program, Thank you. Actually, see, I mean, we had defined plan in this month. We had a national meet, and we had another important conference. Ultimately, that did not happen because we did not get some of the expert date. And this program happened in very short notice and short planning. And I'm really, I mean, happy that Pankaj did this within very short notice, and this is really wonderfully done. Thank you so much, Dr. Pankaj. And my definitely senior colleagues, Professor Fernandez and Professor Uma Madam, thank you so much for all the supports. And last but not the least, definitely our director, sir. Sir, thank you for your unconditional support. Thank you all of you for joining with us. And I would like to request you kindly have the tea and join for the cultural program. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Mementos. Oh, sorry. I'll hand over to the anchor.
First momento. Okay, now we will have a presentation of memento to Professor Sachdeva and Professor Ramamurthy. I would like to request Director of CIIL, Professor Shalendra Mohan, to present Professor Sachdeva and Professor Ramamurthy with the memento.
National anthem.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, before we close the session, I would like to request everybody to stand up, please, for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you.
So as we've come to the close of today's celebration of Mother Language Day, I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your presence and participation. Today together we have reflected on the importance of preserving the languages that shape our identities and connect us to our roots. Let us carry the spirit of today's celebration with us and always cherish the languages that define who we are. Have a wonderful evening ahead, and may the beauty of your mother language continue to inspire you. I would like to request everyone to stay back. The cultural program will begin shortly. After tea break.
Yeah. The Baraka community, I request please be prepared. And ladies and gentlemen, we have two programs. One is our in-house production and one is outdoor. Please don't miss, because our people also took a lot of effort to perform, and even Barga people came all the way from Nilgiri. I request everyone to be here after tea and encourage the artists and arts. Thank you.
Thank you both of you. Very wonderfully coordinated. Yeah, thank you so much. coordination. So I chose the right people. Thank you.
You do one thing. You have chai here.